Supreme Court this month, including one about whether former President Trump is immune from prosecution.
We have seen the Supreme Court, when they are aware of kind of these pending election calendar deadlines, try and move as fast as possible. But I will preface that, fast as possible. These were the last arguments that the court heard.
And I'm Tommy Lahren. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
80 years ago today, June 6, 1944, President Franklin Roosevelt asked the nation to join him in prayer for American soldiers who landed on the beaches of Normandy, France, in what we now call D-Day.
My fellow Americans, last night, when I spoke with you about the fall of Rome, I knew at that moment that troops of the United States and our allies were crossing the Channel in another and greater operation. It has come to pass with success thus far.
Hours before that, the order of the day was printed and given to troops on the eve of the invasion, delivered by the Supreme Commander of the Allied forces in Europe, Dwight Eisenhower.
Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, you are about to embark upon the Great Crusade.
The Department of Defense says Eisenhower had also scribbled a note accepting responsibility for the decision to launch the invasion and full blame should it fail.
We will accept nothing less than full victory.
The DoD says Operation Overlord was in planning really ever since France fell to the Nazis 4 years prior. By May of 1944, more than 2.8 million Allied troops amassed in southern England as the largest armada in history stood ready. Stephen Melnikoff was among the men in the 29th Infantry Division who landed on Omaha Beach. He told Fox News anchor Martha McCallum about watching his friends die as he himself was hit.
I was shot right in the neck here by a machine gun, and I don't know how it's possible for a machine gun to only hit me once, but as he went along with his machine gun like this, and he moved the gun over, and he fired, and alongside of me was my first lieutenant, and he got the bulk of that.
While several veterans like Melnikoff have gone to Normandy on this 80th anniversary, President Biden has too. Ahead of his visit, White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby said the president would speak about the continued impact of World War II veteran contributions. Note that the war showed the world the value of strong partnerships, that Allied victory upheld freedom and democracy, but also led to our current rules-based world order.
Just on D-Day in Normandy itself, the Allies don't win against the German, the Wehrmacht, and their air power without the success of the Normandy invasion.
Jack Keane is a retired four-star general, the chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, and Fox News senior strategic analyst.
The Germans had put together the best military in the world up until that time. And prior to it being polluted by Nazism and politically corrupted by Hitler. But as a fighting force, it had the best general staff, it had the best leaders, and it had the best and most well-trained troops with some superior equipment as well. So it was formidable to be dealing with them. And without the success of the Normandy invasion, the second avenue of approach we were making from North Africa into Sicily up the boot of Italy, heading towards Germany, that never would have succeeded. That would have been blocked if Normandy was not successful. So things ended favorably for the Allies, and certainly Russia played a vital role in that, in defeating close to 100 divisions that were committed to the campaign that they were dealing with. But yes, I mean, what happened to the world leaders at that time, the people who were in charge of the countries involved in the war, the Allies themselves, had all experienced World War I as younger people. And they were committed to not having a repeat of World War III, given what they had gone through. And, it's staggering. And when World War II is the most significant calamity of mankind. I mean, it's close to 100 million people killed in Europe and in the Pacific, and most of those are civilians. That's the horror of which they were dealing with, and they certainly wanted to prevent something like that. And so that you could organize like-minded countries together would deter the autocrats, the dictators, the bullies and killers from imposing their will that could lead to such a calamity. And yes, so that world order that came out of that was, in a sense, motivated and inspired by what had taken place in World War II.
And General, 80 years since D-Day, and the British and the U.S. have veterans of World War II, and specifically those who fought on D-Day visiting Normandy over this time period. We've already seen some of the interviews and reports featuring some of these men. As we see fewer and fewer of them, of these veterans, from what we call the greatest generation, kind of a big question, but I'm still going to ask it. What are among the most critical lessons you think maybe we've learned, maybe militarily from them, or maybe morally or ethically from them? I mean, we call them the greatest.
Well, I spent a lot of time with them. I commanded the 101st Airborne Division at the 50th reenactment, so I parachuted in there with hundreds of my paratroopers in the 82nd and paraded every day with my World War II veterans in all the towns that we liberated, and did a concert at night. I've never seen so many American flags in my life. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people showing up for these events. And I put my World War II veterans right there so the people could interact with them. And, what they did is nothing short of extraordinary. They certainly didn't want to die. But even though most of them were drafted, the guys I'm dealing with, they volunteered to be paratroopers. Hell, they didn't even know what that really was. They knew one was jumping out of an airplane. The Germans discarded it as a flawed concept. The Russians were doing it, and the Brits were thinking of doing it, and the Americans got on that bandwagon, and they just asked for volunteers. I mean, the word paratrooper was foreign. They didn't even know what that meant. Just jump out of an airplane. So they had a sense of daring in them that I could feel as I met with them, during reunions, and pretty humble, similar to all World War II veterans are. They came from all walks of life, but the overwhelming majority of them, were working class people who were trying to eke out a living for themselves, for their kids, to help their parents, etc. And most all of them returned to that. And I saw that. All of my uncles were involved in it, to include my father was a World War II Marine. Oh. And they just went back to the life that they had left. They were changed by it, to be sure. And I spent a lot of time around the 9/11 generation, and they certainly have every bit of the same values and character that the World War II generation had.
That's good to hear. Educate us about Operation Overlord for a minute. June 6, 1944. From what I read, Hitler thought the Allies were coming, but he thought they were coming to the north of the Normandy beaches, right? So this was still considered a surprise attack. You couldn't, I'm going to make a big assumption here, but I don't think you could pull off a surprise like this in these days. What was it, 7,000 ships I'm reading, landing craft manned by 195,000 naval personnel from 8 countries. I mean, this was such an undertaking.
Yeah, the scale of it, is really staggering when you think of it. Nothing before or nothing since, really compares to it. I mean, 160,000 troops, 11,000 aircraft, even my paratroopers from the 101st and the 82nd. There was 4,000 or 5,000 airplanes just involved in delivering paratroopers. Think of that. And gliders. I mean, it's extraordinary. I mean, the most we've ever done to deliver thousands of paratroopers in my life as an infantry paratrooper in the Army is have a couple of hundred airplanes. Admittedly, our airplanes are bigger, but imagine 4,000 or 5,000 airplanes in the sky at one time at night. I mean, it's incredible. 7,000 ships are involved in this. The scale of it is really something. And of course, today's technology would be able to detect something like that. But right. even with, strategically, we were not able to achieve surprise. Hitler knew it was coming. They were able to achieve tactical surprise in terms of where it was going to occur. And we spent a lot of time deceiving that. The most significant effort was building a fake army on the eastern shores of England, led by General George Patton, who the Hitler regime was absolutely convinced would lead this invasion because he's their most prominent and successful general. He was in trouble and being disciplined, but he was put in charge of this fake army, which had all the replicas that an army would have in terms of phony airplanes, phony tanks, phony vehicles, and phony communications being delivered every single day. And that was right across from what would be the shortest point to head towards northern France. So if they were able to know that that was the spot we were coming from, and the paratroopers weren't able to reduce the bridges and the artillery that they were using, and we never would have been successful in being able to get into Germany. Quite staggering. By the way, because we're dealing with civilian casualties today in Gaza, there were 20,000 French citizens killed as a result of our U.S. air power supporting our ground troops that just got mixed up in the middle of what the horror and the hell of what war is really all about.
You just kind of referenced this, but, how important this moment was. This is called like a pivotal moment of World War II, right? And because the what if scenarios that I'm sure you and others have, even people like me, even historical novices like me, talk about, if the Allies hadn't won World War II, if Normandy hadn't been successful, those what if scenarios are pretty alarming to think about.
Oh yeah, they certainly are. And the Allied success hinged on D-Day Normandy invasion working, and then also the success of the major battle that took place after that, referred to as the Battle of Normandy. If those two things, were not successful, Winston Churchill and Franklin Delano Roosevelt and the generals that were working for him, they knew that would mean the war right there. That Germany would be able to defeat us and turn even more of its attention towards the Eastern Front, dealing with Russia, and likely may have been able to seize Moscow, which was clearly what their intent is and what they failed at. And they had worked on this operation for a couple of years. All of our effort, Eisenhower's effort and his staff, and all the commitment that was being made by the British military. But yeah, this was the moment. If it was not successful, the war would have turned against us for sure. And the world would have been quite different with Germany in charge of Europe, for sure.
Retired four-star general, the chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, and Fox News senior strategic analyst Jack Keane, thank you so much for your time and your insight.
Yeah, delighted to talk to you. Thank you.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Attention, Father's Day is June 16th. Do you have a gift ready? Don't worry. Just get Dad something from Untuckit, the official outfitters of Father's Day. Dads love Untuckit shirts designed to be worn untucked in wrinkle-free and Performance Plus, our perfect fitting pants. Henleys, polos, and more. They're the gifts he'll wear over and over, and he can wash and dry everything at home. Find the perfect Father's Day gift at untuckit.com or at 80-plus stores. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
The ride you want is what we've got, so
drive a little and
save a lot. At TurnersvilleJeep.com, the deal you'll be bragging about for the rest of the year awaits. See TurnersvilleJeep.com's big selection and save on the one you love. And right now, save even more with zero-down lease deals at TurnersvilleJeep.com. The ride you want is what we've got, so
drive a little and
save a lot. TurnersvilleJeep.com, your premier New Jersey Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Wagoneer dealer.
Station WPHT AM, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at this station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Lisa Morton at WPHT AM by calling 215-234-2400. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit OdysseyInc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Right now, someone you know is hungry. The Catholic Charities Appeal needs your help to provide hope to those in need. 1 in 5 people benefits from the money we raise. I'm Ernie Russum, board president of the Appeal. Please donate at CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneri, a great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneri and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneri's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Morning, it's Thursday, June 6th. This is the Fox News Rundown. Today marks the anniversary of the D-Day invasion in France. President Biden taking part in a ceremony along with world leaders in Normandy, marking the 80th anniversary of the largest amphibious invasion in military history as Allied forces landed on the beaches in a campaign to liberate Europe from Nazi occupation. The Supreme Court could rule on some hot-button issues today. Fox's Ryan Schmelz with the details from Washington.
A January
6 defendant challenging convictions for corruptly obstructing official proceedings could learn their fate as calls for Justice Samuel Alito to recuse himself intensify. Democrats have raised questions about Alito after 2 flags used by Trump supporters on January 6 were seen flying outside Alito's homes. Alito has chosen not to recuse himself. The court could also rule on whether former President Trump has presidential immunity from criminal prosecution for his alleged actions to overturn the 2020 presidential election results. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Former President Donald Trump taking part in a Turning Point PAC and Turning Point Action Town Hall this afternoon in the battleground state of Phoenix, Arizona. The Hunter Biden federal gun trial could wrap up today. The prosecution told the judge yesterday that they have 6 more witnesses to call. Hunter Biden accused of lying about his drug use on a gun application. And it's day 15 of the federal corruption and bribery trial of New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
As we honor a veteran on the first Wednesday of every month, Dale Weatherall is with us. Why specifically is mentorship so important for veterans?
A lot of veterans, they sign up at a young age and they're put in situations where they're in a leadership position, they're being mentored, they see how impactful that is in their life. So it's a way to pay it forward.
Dale, thank you so much for your service. It's a pleasure. Dale is a big part of the Travis Manion Foundation.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It feels great relaxing at home.
You know what feels even better? Turning our home into a big piggy bank with a fixed-rate home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union. Rates are as low as 5.99% APR. We can get the cash we need for a new car, the kids' tuition, a kitchen remodel.
You're right.
Of course I'm right.
Get details and apply online at firstharvestcu.com/home equity. Membership restrictions apply. Rate based on individual credit analysis is accurate as of May 1st, 2024 and subject to change. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
Dawn Stensland here. Summer kicks off road trip season for many of us, but do you really know if your vehicle is road trip ready? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are going to help you make sure you and your family are safe on the roads. The service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle your regular maintenance needs, but also diagnose possible issues before they can happen. Schedule a service appointment online today. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com for that dealer nearest you. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Don't walk around with t-shirts and cover-ups at the pool or the beach this summer. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose weight the natural way, quickly and safely. Locations close by or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Get slimmer before the summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Guaranteed. NJDiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
More records on Wall Street Wednesday. The S&P 500 up 63 to close at more than 5,354. Its 25th record close of the year. The Nasdaq up 331 to close at more than 17,187 for its 13th record close. The Dow was also up 96 points. Nvidia stock rose over 5% Wednesday to close at more than $1,224 a share. The value of the company now $3.012 trillion, making it the second most valuable in the world, ahead of Apple and trailing only Microsoft. The company will also issue a 10-for-1 stock split tomorrow, giving shareholders 9 more shares for each they own. It's designed to make the stock more affordable. eBay planning to no longer take American Express, citing unacceptably high fees. We'll get the weekly unemployment details today, the full May jobs report from the Labor Department tomorrow. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Thursdays in June are usually when we get the big Supreme Court decisions, and there are plenty to come this month about abortion, free speech, gun rights, the power of federal agencies, and 2 that could affect former President Trump's federal criminal cases. He argues that former presidents are immune from prosecution for anything done in office.
If you don't have immunity, you can be blackmailed. You can be, as a president, they'll say, if you don't do this, this, and this, we're going to indict you as soon as you leave office. You cannot allow a president to be out there without immunity.
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, during oral arguments in April.
Once we say no criminal liability, Mr. President, you can do whatever you want, I'm worried that we would have a worse problem than the problem of the president feeling constrained to follow the law while he's in office.
That case is Trump versus United States.
Well, this is an important case. This really is whether or not the former president can be tried. His trial here in Washington can move forward.
Fox News audio political anchor and Washington correspondent Jared Halper.
The president's legal team has claimed that he should have presidential immunity. In other words, cannot be prosecuted for actions he took, for decisions he made that were official acts while he was the president of the United States. That would relate directly to the election interference case that was brought by the special counsel Jack Smith. Now, on the one hand, this immunity claim was dismissed pretty quickly by the judge overseeing that case. The Supreme Court weighed in, has fast-tracked it. That case, though, has been on ice. It is completely frozen until the U.S. Supreme Court hears this case, or at least decides it. They heard arguments on April 25th. It was the last arguments that they heard this term. We have not yet had an opinion. I was inside the court when those arguments were made. This was something that justices really wrestled over. It seems that what they are trying to do is find kind of a middle ground. In other words, can they separate out immunity for things that, say, are official acts? A president ordering, a missile strike, the president doing something kind of in his capacity that is easily definable as a official act of the presidency, and then separate that from actions that maybe are not official acts, something that maybe is a campaign action, a campaign decision. And if they can do that, that may be where this case falls. But boy, the justices really along ideological lines. In other words, there was not sort of an ideological split that I could hear, kind of wrestled with where that line would be and kind of if there is immunity, how limited is it? How broad in scope is it? Did not seem that they are inclined to kind of put forward this blanket immunity that the president's legal team would like. But it also did not seem as if they are going to say that there's no criminal immunity for presidents, as others have said that they ought to decide.
Well, and then another question is, if they say, well, no, we've got to separate what's an official act, what's not part of your capacity as president, does that go case by case every time back to a lower court?
It would, yeah. And that's the thing. If they say basically, here's what is prosecutable, here's what's not prosecutable, we're going to send this back to the district judge, Judge Tanya Chutkin. She is the D.C. District Court judge, the trial judge, and they'll basically kick it back and say she needs to kind of suss this out based on our guidance. That likely would be appealed. The process will repeat itself, and it's a case that could be delayed for quite some time. That has certainly been one of the objections made by the special counsel, one of the objections made by federal prosecutors.
Well, just real quickly, the timing of all this. Is there anything to the criticism that the conservative justices on the court are slow walking this case, or is this just the pace of how things go?
Well, I mean, I think if you look at some of the other Trump-type cases, there has been an effort to fast-track it. This was fast-tracked. They did schedule oral arguments on a much faster calendar than they would have done. You look at one of the other cases that they took up, that Colorado ballot case. Recall that the Colorado Supreme Court had ruled that former President Trump was ineligible to serve as president because of the insurrection clause. They said he would not be on the ballot. There was a primary in that state that was fast approaching. The Supreme Court took that case up remarkably quick, ruled on it remarkably quick. That being said, it was a fairly unanimous decision. This is not, or maybe it is, but certainly they're wrestling, I think, with a few more issues than they were in that one. So, listen, I know that there are, concerns out there over some of the conservative justices and should they recuse and are they slow walking it? But we have seen the Supreme Court, when they are aware of kind of these pending election calendar deadlines, try and move as fast as possible. But I will preface that, fast as possible. These were the last arguments that the court heard this term. There are an awful lot of cases that they heard prior to this that still have not been resolved. They have not published opinions on. And this is the busiest time of year for the Supreme Court as they try and get out all of these opinions before their recess, which historically comes at the end of this month or the very first week of July.
Another case, sort of Trump adjacent, it could affect that same prosecution. The question is essentially, what is obstruction?
This is the Fisher versus U.S. case. And what they are trying to work out is you had an awful lot of January 6th defendants, those who are charged with crimes related to the riot on January 6th, who were charged with a crime that prohibits obstruction of congressional inquiries, congressional investigations, kind of Congress doing its job. The law that is being prosecuted goes back to Sarbanes-Oxley. I don't even remember if a lot of our listeners would remember that, Chris. That goes back to the Enron scandal. And what Congress did was essentially make it a crime to make it impossible for Congress to investigate that industry. It is pretty broad in scope. This is kind of the first time that it has been used specifically in this type of situation. In other words, they are charging these defendants with basically stopping Congress, preventing Congress from doing their job. In the case of January 6th, certifying the 2020 election. You have this former police officer from Pennsylvania who has challenged the way that this is being prosecuted, says it should not apply. And if that is how justices rule, saying that, yeah, you can't use this law specifically for defendants in January 6th cases, it wouldn't wipe away all of the charges that all of these individuals face. Many of them face other charges, including this police officer who is accused of assault and some other crimes. But it would get rid of some of the crimes that have been prosecuted, that folks have pleaded guilty to, that folks have been convicted of. It is it would get rid of some of the charges, again, that former President Trump faces.
A couple of abortion-related cases. One's about a drug use in medication abortions, and another case about abortions, emergency room patients in Idaho. The Biden administration, in that case, says that the state abortion ban there violates something in federal law.
These are cases that, again, kind of are going to be in front of the Supreme Court with more frequency. After the Dobbs ruling 2 years ago that got rid of Roe v. Wade, you have seen states move in a number of ways, in some cases, to restrict abortion access. That is testing the limits of kind of how far states can go. The Supreme Court is now getting involved. That medical case, that the medical abortion case, is an interesting one, because what you have in this situation is essentially a group saying that the FDA went above and beyond its standards, went above and beyond its kind of statutory requirements in loosening the way that medical abortion can be prescribed and sent to patients. So that's kind of a narrower, maybe abortion, maybe adjacent kind of case, but it again is born from these types of laws that have come up. It is likely that we see more of these challenges hit the Supreme Court. This one out of Idaho, another one that kind of is about abortion, but is asking the court to consider it through a different lens of kind of what is the right that people have to emergency room care. There are questions about kind of religious objections. And again, they're cases that are born directly out of the kind of tapestry that we have now in abortion laws and abortion restrictions in a post-Roe world.
That mifepristone case, like you said, approved. Mm-hmm. It was approved 24 years ago by the Food and Drug Administration. Now, this is another case that has to do, in a way, with the power of federal agencies, which is something some of these justices have been trying to erode, like in this case about herring fishermen having to pay for inspectors on their boats.
This is a interesting case. If you have watched any Supreme Court nomination over the last, 30 years, maybe more, you will hear every single nominee asked about what do they think of the Chevron precedent. The Chevron precedent goes back about 40 years. It was introduced. It's a court case that basically says that when you have regulatory laws that are kind of vague, that are hard to interpret, that are ambiguous in kind of the way they should be implemented, that federal courts should defer, at least if there is a reasonable application of it, to the federal agency. So if it deals with the Federal Drug Administration, courts over the last 40 years have deferred to their judgment. If it relates to a lot of environmental rules, which is where a lot of these challenges come out of, there has been a deference to the EPA. That is looking less and less likely after this argument. There are a lot of justices, there is certainly an awful lot of legal minds who have thought that this Chevron precedent goes too far, and that courts do need to be less reliant on kind of how agencies are interpreting the laws and should be more inclined with trying to figure out kind of the legislative text, trying to figure out what lawmakers had intended. This Chevron doctrine undermines what courts have said about the law that they are challenging, that it violates administrative agencies. It gives power to unelected administrators versus lawmakers in the United States Congress. So it's a fascinating case, again, if for no other reason than for about the last 40 years, every nominee has been asked about. It's been up there kind of with Roe, right? It has been kind of the number 2 case probably that is so often cited in Supreme Court nominations and those hearings that we watch play out.
Fox News audio political anchor and D.C. correspondent and Supreme Court watcher Jared Halpern. Jared, thanks.
Thank you.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/rundown to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/rundown and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply. Offers for a limited time. So what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go GUIDA. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. An appeals court pausing proceedings in former President Trump's election interference case in Georgia. This as it considers a defense request to disqualify Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis over a relationship she had with a prosecutor she hired. Fox's Steve Harrigan.
The big question, whether that relationship began before or after that chief prosecutor Nathan Wade was hired. He was a lawyer with little experience, no felony experience. He mainly handled traffic violations. Suddenly, he was the head of a chief racketeering case.
A 2-year-old child is dead in a Detroit suburb, a tree falling on his suburban home during a tornado.
Landing on a bed in the bedroom in the back of the house where a mother and her 2-year-old were laying.
Livonia Fire Chief Robert Jennison, the boy's mother in critical condition, and 5 people were injured in a tornado in Maryland. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Chase Budinger is a two-sport star. The 7-year NBA veteran will compete in the Summer Olympics next month for the U.S. beach volleyball team. Budinger qualified for the men's team on Wednesday, along with his playing partner, Miles Evans, as they'll head to Paris. Budinger played both basketball and volleyball growing up in Encinitas, California, but attended the University of Arizona, spending 3 seasons playing college basketball. In his time in Tucson, Budinger averaged 17 points, 5.8 rebounds, and 2.8 assists per game. In 2018, he joined the AVP Tour after playing for 4 teams over his NBA career. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Baseball is back, and so is MLB.tv. Watch every out-of-market regular season game on your favorite streaming devices, anywhere, anytime, all season long. Follow the action live or on demand. Track 4 games at once with multi-view mode and catch up with in-game highlights. Plus, original programs, minor league broadcasts, and local pre- and post-game shows. Go to MLB.tv to start your free trial today. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The doctor's office that mixed up your files has your Social Security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info and last 3 addresses. Your info is in endless places that could accidentally expose your info to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Send the Philly Stars to the Lone Star State for the 2024 All-Star Game.
Electric here at Citizens Bank Park.
Vote for your Phils 5 times daily at Phillies.com/vote. 2 of the NL's best will battle it out when the Dodgers visit CBP on Tuesday, July 9th at 6:40, Wednesday, July 10th at 7:05, and Thursday, July 11th at 6:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Don't be impressed when you hear someone settle their case for what may seem like lots of money. $500,000 seems like lots of money until you learn they lost both legs, had a brain injury, or were paralyzed and can never work again. All law firms are not the same. To see what your case may be worth, go to forthepeople.com and look at our verdicts and settlements for cases just like yours. Look before you leave. Hire the right lawyer. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's no secret that American consumers nationwide are accumulating credit card debt at record levels due to high interest rates and rising inflation. But here's the good news. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans, you may qualify to have your debt significantly reduced. National Debt Relief's award-winning team negotiates with your creditors to reduce a large portion of what you owe, putting you on the fast track to being debt-free. National Debt Relief has helped over 550,000 people reduce their debt, is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and is the top-rated debt relief company. Act now to learn how this debt relief is helping so many people during these hard economic times. You have nothing to lose but your debt. For a free consultation and to learn what debt relief you may qualify for, call the National Debt Relief Hotline now at 800-709-3542. 800-709-3542. Again, that's 800-709-3542.
Do you know a veteran in need? After leaving the military, many veterans struggle to find their way home. Because to a veteran, home isn't just a place, it's an idea, a feeling. Nation's Finest understands the challenges veterans face. Through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, we help veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada. For more than 50 years, we've helped thousands of veterans in these communities build happy, healthy, and purposeful lives. And our team is committed to supporting those who've served in their families for another 50. To get help, visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
Are you a Philly entrepreneur? Do you run one of the fastest growing companies in the Philly region? Do you want to benefit by being part of the Philadelphia 100 Awards and join other winners who have been recognized by this 35-year-old organization? Free applications are now open at philly100.org.
Apply now to be highlighted as one of the fastest growing companies in the Philadelphia region. Join us in the fall when awards are recognized. Register today at philly100.org. That's philly100.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Thursday, June 6th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning here on the 80th anniversary of D-Day. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Oh, we got a lot of good stories to get to today. Action-packed as always. And who knows what will transpire over the next 4 hours with somebody saying something that just takes the show off the rails. But that's the beauty of this show. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Hello.
Doing great.
How are you? Everything good?
On this rainy day, D-Day.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Gregory?
Yeah, buddy. Here we go. Let's do this.
Let's roll this. Come on. Everybody wake up. Wake the F up. Come on.
Ooh.
Sorry.
Live radio. Let's do it.
Firecracker.
Yeah.
Wake the firecracker up.
Thank you.
Who will be the pistol of the program today?
Oh, do I got a piece of audio for you that's going to trigger everybody?
Stalker's already trying to stir the pot, folks.
I love it.
Here we go.
7:45. Be there.
Yes, appointment radio. We've got a big take on the big guy's demise, a Wall Street Journal exclusive with Democrats and Republicans saying he's just not the same guy anymore. We'll get to that. Why is that coming out now? Also, a Time magazine exclusive in which the big guy says, I can handle the job, I can handle the rigors, and hey, you punk reporter, I'll take you out too. Guy thinks he's John Wayne. Also, we don't have a lot of championships in Philadelphia sports, but we are now the epicenter of Philly drag story time for Pride Month.
We're number one. We're
We're setting all sorts of Guinness Books of World Records. We'll get to that as we continue. Hunter Biden's drug and gun trial, day 2 recap, including testimony from one exotic dancer whose social media handle is Weed Slut 420.
Yeah, I think I knew her. I definitely knew her.
Weed Slut 420?
Greg went to high school with her.
Yeah, I definitely did.
Also, we've got court case updates for Donald Trump in both Georgia and in Florida. That is the Fonnie Willis case and, of course, the classified documents case with Judge Eileen Cannon. We'll get to that before we get to the cut sheet. Also, the Washington Post lost $77 million last year. They have lost 50% of their readership since 2020. And the solution? More diversity hires. You got to love it. Caitlin Clark update, the cut sheet, and a whole bunch more. We've got a good one for you today, folks. But before we get to all of it, let's get to the news right out of the gate here off the top at 6:04. Round number 1, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. This Thursday morning, June the 6th, we are sponsored this morning by Best Work Industries for the Blind. So we do have a developing story this morning. At least one person injured after a SEPTA bus overturned on the Blue Route 476 early this morning. Crews have been out there. They're still out there. Apparently, they just flipped over the bus right side, but it happened on it's Route 676. I'm sorry, I said 476. 676 southbound Ridge Pike in Plymouth Township. Now, the blessing here, the bus was not in service, so only the bus driver was in the bus. We don't know what happened there, but we do know that at that point when he flipped over, it was raining heavily. It was a downpour.
I passed it coming in this morning.
Yeah.
Right as soon as you get on the Blue Rope and once you pass the Plymouth Meeting Mall.
Yeah, it is 476 on. You said 676.
Yep. I drove right by it.
So it is 476.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
The report I'm looking at said 676. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
No, it's 476.
That's a real dangerous spot for some of these bigger vehicles, especially in the rain with that curve. I'm assuming a lot of people just go around it too fast.
Yeah, lost control, flipped it over, so they just flipped it right side. But at this point, there are some delays. The Chemical Road entrance, so if you usually enter by Chemical Road, just go down Ridge and you can access it that way.
I'm sure, Nick, when you were coming in, it wasn't a big delay, but I can't imagine what it's going to be like in about 10 minutes.
I know. It was just the right lane was closed. There was one police vehicle, and it was still laying on its side over the guardrail in the like a bunch of shrubs and bushes and trees.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we have that one going on, so we'll watch it. You want to watch your traffic this morning. We have a new Pennsylvania law officially bans the use of handheld devices while you're driving. Got to go hands-free in Pennsylvania. Governor Josh Shapiro making it official.
Is that already a law?
No. Well, in Jersey it is.
Oh. Okay.
We talked about this years ago when it went to, because in Jersey, if you're caught, the fines are huge. Because I happen to have a relative who was caught. The first fine in Jersey, $100. It goes up to $500 quickly.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Me too.
Yeah. Or you could just be, using wireless and Bluetooth, like it's like 2024. Most cars are Bluetooth enabled. Or you could be like Anthony Dorenzo's dad and just wear the old Bluetooth in his ear, like it's 2003.
How did we ever drive 10 or 15 years ago without a phone? I mean, like, we managed to do it. I don't understand why this is so difficult.
Yeah, do a little. Here's a little social observance exercise today.
Yeah.
If you get to like a four-way intersection and it's backed up and you're at a big red light and you know you're going to be sitting there in traffic for the next 2.5 minutes, just look around at all the cars next to you. Everybody is on their phone while they're at their. Like as soon as you brake, it's the automatic thought of let me pick up my phone out of the console.
It is so frustrating to see.
I know.
And I'm guilty of it sometimes, and I try not to be. I try to be very cognizant. I actually, and Dawn will probably scold me for this, but I actually have stopped taking my phone with me when I go places.
I do that from time to time.
Because yes. Because I don't need the distractions. I don't need like I went and picked up my son yesterday and we ran a bunch of errands. I didn't have my phone on me.
Sometimes when I go down to the gym, I don't even take the phone down with me.
I don't need the distractions.
Kayla, what if you got in a car
What
accident?
happened if I got in a car accident 15 years ago? How would anybody have found me?
It's not 15 years ago.
But it's
You pull out the old
carjacked.
you pull out the old car phone. Remember the car phone?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that we have said, well, how can I see my Waze and how can I see my Google Maps and how can I see my music? No, we didn't have that stuff. And we all managed to get around.
We just had 12:10 a.m.
Exactly. Listen to the radio. Stop with this. It's like, well, I need my streaming devices. Why? Why? So you can hear.
I have to be connected at all times.
The same song 15 times. Come on, stop.
I put the phone down just so I don't get carpal tunnel.
So there are exemptions for operating devices in a hands-free mode, so that you can still use your GPS.
Oh well, that's
or
great.
talk.
Thank God.
So you have that. And I mentioned New Jersey. We joined New Jersey, Delaware, a total of, we're among 20, we joined 26 other states. So half the country still does not have this, which is crazy to me. But this was started, actually named after a 21-year-old who was killed by a distracted driver back in the day, Paul Miller.
Yeah, exactly.
By a distracted driver back in Monroe County, 2010.
It was a tractor trailer, right?
Yes.
That went across the median because he wasn't paying attention. Like, what are we doing? Was the text or whatever you were doing that important?
Well, that's why they have those digital billboards on the turnpike. It can wait.
It's just ridiculous.
Don't text and drive.
Stop.
Yeah.
We have only $50 fines.
That's a real
and
deterrent.
No points on your license.
Oh, yeah.
It's only a $50 fine. In New Jersey, it's tough. Like by the third offense, I think it's $500 or $800. I'll look it up, but it's very expensive.
Yeah, that'll sting a little bit. Yep.
But you deserve it.
I
for
agree.
Sure. We have so much else going on today, as we did have a juvenile charged finally yesterday in that stabbing that happened in Ocean City over Memorial Day weekend. So remember, a 15-year-old boy was stabbed and suffered serious injuries. He will survive, according to authorities, but they finally charged a juvenile with attempted murder.
Ooh, wow.
So, but charged as a juvenile, which is why we're not saying the individual's name. So we have that one going on. Let's talk about D-Day, of course, 80-year commemorations today as the sun rose. Yesterday I interviewed Ken Chase. He's there with Conservative Tours, and it was just incredible to hear him talk about this. And certainly there are so many soldiers who make it's a pilgrimage. And we do have somebody from our area who is over 100 years old, and multiple, obviously, military veterans from the country, from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, making their way.
Yeah.
Were there that fateful day.
I just chatted, if you recall, last May of 2023, remember I met for breakfast with one of the vets who was 99 years old. And just last week, one of our listeners that arranged that, a guy named Rich, who lives out in the Skipack area, gave me a call and said that the veteran's name, who I'm drawing a blank on the name now, but he's in Normandy today as well.
Yeah, so it's amazing when you think of World War II 80 years ago, and on this day, June 6, 1944, and certainly back to Normandy, France. I will say this, that I guess Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, he was not invited. And so there was some scuffle about that. But President Joe Biden arrived there yesterday, and he will be there for the commemorations today. So the daybreak today, near 8 decades after Allied troops waded ashore under hails of gunfire on 5 codename beaches: Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, Sword, kicking off a day of remembrance by Allied nations now standing together again behind Ukraine, and with World War II ally Russia not invited by host France.
I have a piece of audio that I'll play during the cut sheet of a World War II vet who basically is just like, we lied about our ages to go into the military. Like, some of them were 16, 17. They lied about their ages to go in, and it's just like, you won't find people like that again.
You're correct.
You just won't.
No, it's a totally different generation.
Yeah. Now we're like, oh, my cell phone, I can't drive and text. What will I do?
What do you think these guys that are now 102 years old think about pronouns? Just wondering out loud here.
Well, I think that's part of the problem with military, with the exception of the Marines.
Yep.
That's part of the problem with recruitment, right?
Yep. You got Lindsey Graham, Joe Manchin, Steve Scalise, Hakeem Jeffries, House, Senate, Republican, Democrat, all over there as well. My sources have told me Lindsey Graham is over there just trying to figure out what other wars we could escalate. Yeah. He's on a seek and destroy mission.
I'm not a war guy, but that generation was special.
That image of them getting off of the into the shores is just iconic.
It's funny, the generation of people whose parents never told them they were special actually were, and the generation of kids whose parents always tell them they're special are not.
Right. Look at Stalker. He's even getting emotional about it.
I'm losing my voice. Sorry. I'm not really.
What, you got strep again?
No, I don't. I'm good. By the way, Hotspin Sober says I need my phone in my car so I can tweet you guys.
That's the only exception. If you ever get pulled over, just say, officers, we're listening to Kayal and Company. They'll let you go.
Like, all right. I think there was an exception in the law there. So 74 degrees right now. It's kind of foggy and hazy and muggy out right now, a cloudy day. The sun will peek out. We will also get to a high of 85 degrees, but there's a chance later in the day this afternoon that we will see more rain and some thunderstorms. So watching for the timing on that one. But that tees us up for an incredible Friday tomorrow. The high will be 83 degrees, but the humidity, it'll feel so much, it'll feel crisp at 83 degrees because the humidity will be lower. And then Saturday, a bright, sunny, beautiful Saturday, 81 degrees. Moving into Sunday, the lesser day weather-wise, the sun may peek out, but we will see some intermittent showers on Sunday for you with a high of 80. And then starting off the week, it looks like next week we'll see more rain showers, greening things up, especially Greg Stocker's lawn that he worked so hard on seeding. We are sponsored this morning by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Their e-commerce store is helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com offers traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, and so much more. Free shipping, next day delivery. Shop now, save at bestworksupplycenter.com. As far as baseball goes, we beat the Brewers.
Swept
Swept the Brewers.
Aaron Nola, baby.
Yeah, babe. And now heading for London.
So the games are what? Saturday afternoon and then Sunday morning?
10 a.m. Sunday morning.
I love that.
Right?
I love early
Isn't that
starts.
nice?
Yes. I love those NFL games that start in London at 8 in the morning.
Yeah.
Get up, wake up, have breakfast, and get your day over with.
Little Bloody Mary.
Yeah. A little mimosa and baseball. Nola's pitching great. Castellanos is just swinging like a stud again for the last 9 games. That guy is such hit or miss. He can look like he doesn't belong on a major league roster some days. And then he goes through 2-week stretches where he looks like Harmon Killebrew.
How many? What do you think is going to be the discrepancy amongst Philly fans in the London crowd? Do you think it's going to be more Philly fans?
Who are they playing?
The Mets, aren't they?
The Mets.
Am I right about that? Hang on.
Yeah, it's dependent upon who they're playing. The Mets fans aren't even going to go to City. They won't even go to Citi Field. They're so bad. They're not going to go across the pond.
Yes, it's Mets.
Yeah, no. I'll go pro Philly. 65-35 Philly. Although, when you go to London, you always get fans of every team.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you're going to see like a Reds fan there, a Cardinals fan, a Yankees fan. But I'll go more Phillies than Mets.
I would say Phillies.
Yeah.
I would agree.
I'll go Phillies.
I actually think it's going to be a lot higher.
Get
I
on the
think it's going to be
bandwagon.
like 80% Philly fans.
That would be great.
Cool.
Is the sports station going across the pond?
They are.
They are, yeah.
They're there now, I think.
Oh, wow. That's
Or
pretty cool.
Maybe, now or tomorrow. I don't know.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Don, thank you very much. 6:15 on this Thursday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take this morning, the big guy's demise. Last week it was all about Donald Trump. This week it's all about Joe Biden. Now that the Donald Trump hush money trial has come and gone, the media has shifted their attention to the Biden administration and the Biden family. First, it was Joe's fourth quarter Hail Mary attempt to save a major weakness in his reelection prospects, that being the action he has taken on the border crisis. Second, it was, and still is, the trial of his son, Hunter, as he goes through the court process over his gun charges in Delaware. But now the media has taken aim at the decline of Joe's cognitive abilities and the erosion of his physical prowess. Remember, polling shows that Americans have major fatigue from the drama of both Donald Trump and the Joe Biden administrations, and have said for over a year, we want a third option, a different voice, and new leadership. And if I recall correctly, at one point on the show, Stalker made a prediction a while back that he could see both Trump and Biden not being the options come November 5th. So what is going on here with the latest on the big guy? Because it seems like the mainstream media is all on jumping on and attacking Joe Biden, and rightfully so, in my opinion. But the media only goes after a Democrat when it's undeniable and they are indefensible. After they got their pound of flesh from Trump, are they doing the same again here with Biden? Well, there's plenty of new developments that could deem that to be true. From polls to key issue indicators to a Time magazine feature to a Wall Street Journal exclusive, it seems like the pitchforks are out, and they are once again aimed in the direction of Joe Biden's declining mental faculties. Colleagues, both Democrat and Republican, as well as former White House physicians who served under both Democrats and the GOP, are all saying the same thing, which is why I want to examine all of this today in the first hour, as we are officially 3 weeks away from the election unofficially getting started when Biden and Trump debate number 1 gets underway on Thursday, June 27th. And perception matters. And we have a change in public opinion on whether each presidential candidate can, quote, govern effectively. As pollster Frank Luntz points out, in 2020, a Gallup poll showed that Joe Biden was slightly ahead of Trump, 52% to 48% on the ability to govern effectively. That number and confidence level 4 years later has completely changed. Now, Trump leads Biden 49% to 39%, a 10-point lead, which is also a 14-point swing. And as of June 2nd, Americans are less likely now than they were in 2020 to believe that President Biden is able to manage the government effectively, so says the latest Gallup poll. But a deeper dive in the presidential character ratings show that Biden has dropped 13 points in managing the government effectively, has dropped 9 points on whether or not he is likable, has dropped 9 points on displaying good judgment in crisis, has dropped 8 points on whether or not he is a strong and decisive leader, and has dropped 7 points on whether or not he cares about the needs of the people like you, and he's also dropped 6 points on being honest and trustworthy. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has gone up 1 point in 4 of those 6 categories. Also, Fox News has now provided a new analysis as they have unveiled the Fox News Power Rankings, introducing the Issues Tracker. Data whiz Bill Hemmer broke down the 2024 election on the issues at hand and had this information to unveil to the American public this week. Trump has strong leads over Biden with the border. He's up 18 points. The economy, Trump is up 15 points. And foreign policy and crime, Trump leads Biden by 7 points apiece. Voters, though, favor Biden on abortion by 12 points, preserving democracy and election integrity by 7 points. That's funny. And healthcare, 7 points. But here's a piece of data that I think really encapsulates this rematch. Trump is up 9 points on Biden in accomplishments. Biden is up 9 points in temperament. This election is about a lot of things. Abortion versus immigration, economy and inflation versus cliches and buzzwords. But maybe more than anything, it's about facts versus feelings. Those numbers I just gave you that tell you that narrative. Trump got more accomplished, but the big guy's got a better temperament. Who cares about temperament? It's pathetic. And lastly, when it pertains to physical and mental fitness, Trump is up 14 on Biden when he is labeled mentally sound. He is up 23 points on being sharp and physically fit and healthy, and up 27 points on being, quote, not too old. Here is Brian Lanza, former deputy communications director of the 2016 Trump campaign, and he joined CNN talking about Joe Biden's decline. Listen and watch.
It's not just the Trump campaign, it's our own visual eyes seeing Joe Biden's cognitive decline in front of us. And so, yeah, that's going to continue to get highlighted. I mean, every time he falls down the stairs, that gets highlighted. Every time he misspeaks, every time he talks about a different decade, you know, that's not the Trump campaign highlighting these things. That's the American voters seeing Joe Biden's cognitive fitness decline over the last 4 years. And yeah, that is a big issue. I mean, Joe Biden's on the international stage today. He's off to Paris. He's with world leaders who have known him for probably close to 20 to 30 years. They have witnessed the cognitive decline of Joe Biden. And that's the scary thing about this issue is you know, people in the world stage have known Joe Biden for 40 years. They've seen him when he was young and vibrant, and now they see him when he's old and senile. And that makes America weak abroad, and that makes America weak here. And that's the problem. It's not his age, it's his cognitive fitness. I mean, Warren Buffett's 91. I'd still take stock advice from him. Joe Biden's 81. I'm not going to take any legislative advice from him.
And while Donald Trump will always have the never Trumpers working against him, the Washington Post, speaking of decline, has a new column out highlighting the never Biden voters. And they articulate that these voters might loom larger. Here's an excerpt. Quote, certain Democrats trying to cope with President Biden's continually underwhelming 2024 poll numbers share an article of faith. It is called the ceiling theory. All Biden needs to do is rally allies who are unenthusiastic about him, that being young Black and Hispanic voters, against Donald Trump. The former president's ceiling, after all, has proved to be low. He didn't crack 47% in either the 2016 or 2020 election, and Biden has shown he can win a majority of the popular vote. There is some truth in that, but it overlooks something important that hasn't gotten much attention. Polls show that Biden's ceiling actually appears to be lower than Donald Trump's. Quote, while much has been made of never Trump Republicans, never Biden voters appear to loom even larger, at least for now. Back in 2020, it was the opposite. Whenever the question was asked, the percentage saying they'd never vote for Trump outpaced the never Biden contingent by double digits. Often, at least 50% of voters said not only that they were not going to vote for Trump, but that there was no chance that they ever would. At most, just 4 out of 10 said the same about Biden. But fast forward 4 years later, and that is now flipped. In the 6 key swing states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, across those states, 46% of registered voters said there was no chance they would vote for Trump, but now 52% say the same for Joe Biden. And we'll get to the Time Magazine feature on Biden as well as the Wall Street Journal exclusive at the bottom of the hour. But it looks quite evident at this moment in time. The clock is ticking on the big guy. Left and right, Democrat and Republican, mainstream media and conservative media, all zooming in yet again on the mental and the physical decline of a president eroding before our very eyes on a daily basis. Which leaves you with a question that drives many of us crazy. How in God's name can anyone vote for a president again that has been deemed the worst president probably since Jimmy Carter, and at 81 is showing no signs of finding the fountain of youth? And how can America handle 4 more years? Those are the questions that need to be answered. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. You can get us on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat. It's the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT to watch, comment. And then while you're there, hit the like and subscribe buttons. Democrats and Republicans exclusively speaking with the Wall Street Journal. Wait till you hear some of the quotes about how bad Joe is behind the scenes. We'll get to that when we continue. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Just about 8-9 weeks ago, I had the pleasure of exploring the new Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe and Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. Sleek and stylish on the outside and packed with advanced technology on the inside. Its touchscreen interface and AI voice recognition are sure to impress. It's so advanced, you don't even need to pick up your phone while you're driving. You can just talk to the computer. It's like bringing up Alexa or Siri while you're at a red light. The 2024 C300 features a turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine with 255 horsepower. It's available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City, or you can shop online right now. Just don't do it while you're driving. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Nick sent you.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Connecticut water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Connecticut system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I know that with this economy, summer vacation may seem a bit unaffordable this year, but I still want you to make those summer memories with the kids. You gotta do it, right? Summer vacation. And my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, makes it easy and affordable. Book a June midweek stay, and you will receive resort credits. That's right, they're gonna give you money to spend at the resort. Now, they have 2 gigantic pools, including a heated indoor pool, and you will love the food at Hemingway's restaurant. And you're gonna love using their resort credits on site. For example, you stay a week, you're gonna get $70 a night back in resort credits to use. And you can use them how you wanna use them. And the Grand Hotel offers guest rooms, suites, and townhomes equipped with a kitchenette. So you get the best of both worlds. It's like renting a shore home, but with all the amenities of a full-service resort. And you don't have to pack the sheets and the towels. You enjoy the convenience of a private kitchenette, refrigerator, and housekeeping. Book direct with them for the best rates to get your resort credits. Book your stay at 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelkmay.com. They will sell out this summer. grandhotelkmay.com.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
But she loves him.
6:31, Kayal and Company, Thursday morning. Ken Beatty, retired U.S. Coast Guard, handling the music this week. Big-time donation to the Travis Manion Foundation, so we appreciate that. Still ahead, later this summer, all Elvis, all week long.
God.
Be a great week for you to get strep.
I think we're going to do it next week.
Oh, yes. Woo! Oh. Stocker's going to be taking all sorts of stuff.
No, it's a great generous donation by Linda Kearns.
Yep.
Who donated $1,000 to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation just to hear Elvis for the week.
And trigger you.
And trigger me.
Indeed.
It's fine.
Cut sheet coming up 7:45. We've got Trump trial updates in Georgia and Florida. We've got a recap from Hunter Biden's court shenanigans from yesterday. We will hit on all of that. But I've got my sniffer up a little bit. I think something...
Your sniffer?
Yeah, I've got a good sniffer from time to time, Dawn. I can smell when there's shenanigans, there's nonsense, there's BS, and there's agendas at play here. And I think this is the beginning of something happening this week with Joe Biden, especially when the typical organizations that would carry his water are coming out with different articles and different exclusives. And I don't think they're all just coincidence, right? There's no anniversary. There's no significance in a date, but it's interesting. Time Magazine, Wall Street Journal, Democrats are talking, Republicans are talking. A lot of guys and gals offered conditions of anonymity to speak, so they don't put their name on anything. And the Wall Street Journal has an exclusive that came out. It was either yesterday or Tuesday. And you have 45 different lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democrat. And these staffers were interviewed by the Wall Street Journal. And they described a president who spoke so softly during meetings that participants in these meetings struggled to hear him. They also talk about how he increasingly relies on cheat sheets in meetings, and at times he has closed his eyes for so long that people wondered if he had drifted off, like a juror sitting on the Hunter Biden trial, which we'll get to coming up in a little bit. And this is Republican and Democrat, and some people put their names on it, like guys like Kevin McCarthy. Former House Speaker was quoted as saying that Biden is, quote, not the same person anymore. Okay, that's not really breaking news. I get that. But, quote, you couldn't be there and not feel uncomfortable. One person who met with the president during critical negotiations over congressional funding for Ukraine aid in January told the Wall Street Journal. Got a couple of other quotes we're going to go through here. Others in attendance recalled that it took Joe Biden about 10 minutes from when he entered the room to get the meeting started. And when he did, he used note cards to make obvious points that everybody was already in agreement with, and participants could barely hear him speak. Quote, much of the conversation didn't even include him, the report states, noting that the president asked his staffers to answer some questions that were posed directly to him. In a February follow-up with House Speaker Mike Johnson, the Louisiana Republican, expressed his concern to the president over the administration's liquid natural gas export policy, fearing it was benefiting Russia. Biden didn't even seem to know the policy was actually in effect and falsely claimed that it was only a study, according to the report. The exchange, quote, dismayed Johnson, according to individuals who witnessed it. Quote, he always has cards, McCarthy said, referring to Biden's dependence on notes. He, quote, couldn't negotiate another way. And McCarthy also goes on to add, I used to meet with him when he was vice president. I'd go to his house. He's not the same person anymore. And then lastly, a senior GOP aide told the Post that the alarming allegations in the report about Biden's cognitive decline are why the Justice Department has refused to release the tapes of Biden's interview with former special counsel Robert Hur in the classified documents investigation. Quote, behind closed doors, isn't it obvious in public? Don't you think that's why they want to hide the Hur transcript and not release the tapes? The aide said. So you have people on both sides of the aisle now coming out, and I'll get to the Time Magazine piece in just a moment, but it feels to me like now everybody is once again taking their shots, rightfully so. And remember, we had that stretch back in the winter, December, January, where the New York Times was writing pieces on Joe, and all the typical outlets that advocate and pander to the left are at the point where he's indefensible and it's undeniable. So what's going on here? Because we're 3 weeks out from the first debate coming up. And then I want you to think about the calendar. You're going to have about 6 weeks after that debate, roughly 6 to 7 weeks before the DNC convention. Is that the stretch where they say, okay, if Joe bombs on stage on June 27th, in a setting where, remember, Joe has come out and said, these are the rules for me to debate Donald Trump. They've insulated him and done everything they can to make it a home field advantage for Joe Biden 3 weeks from tonight. If he's an unmitigated disaster, they'll have a month and a half to put the wheels in motion. I think this is all coordinated and by design. And I'm now back of the belief that I do think it's in play that he gets replaced. I'm not saying it's a certainty or a formality, but I think it's a fluid situation. Are you guys buying it? Are you guys smelling some stuff here? I'm starting to think that they're getting their plan B in line just in the event June 27th is a debacle.
I think the odds are it's Biden-Trump, but I would not be surprised. And I think they have their plan B, and I think they have their plan C.
You think they've already pinpointed who the replacements would be in the event?
And I think that they have to be careful because at the convention, they have to allow the convention to play because they don't want Kamala.
Right.
She's not popular.
Mm-mm.
So that would be the tricky part. They would have to have the delegates voting and making that decision at the convention. That gets really messy.
Yep. And she's lower. To your point, she has a lower approval rating than Joe.
Yeah.
Which is pretty an amazing feat in its own right to pull off, right?
Yeah.
So, people are going to start throwing out names, and we've talked about some of the names, but it wouldn't surprise me. I might even just later today put together a list beyond Kamala. Michelle Obama's not going to do it. She's come out and squashed that. We've heard one of you, it was either Dawn or Greg yesterday or 2 days ago, just, I don't know, maybe in passing, briefly mentioned the name Phil Murphy, right? We've talked about Shapiro and Newsom.
Well, and they talked about Josh Shapiro. That was a week or two. I think wasn't that the Wall Street Journal?
No,
that
it was USA Today.
Was it USA Today? I get them all. And so that was, Shapiro was number one on the list on the USA Today article that I quoted back then. Yeah. I don't know. I think everybody wants to, for so many of us, it does become like a sport and you predict these things. But I think realistically at the convention, how does that play out? And it just becomes very messy. And especially when the black vote is in play, Trump is doing well with black voters, and now you're going to boot Kamala.
Funny you bring that up with the black vote being in play. Certainly Trump's going to do better than he ever has with the black vote. I think we all agree.
I was going to say, when you say in play, you mean he's going to get 15% instead of 12% or 8%?
20% about
he's going to see more. We all agree. We all agree he's going to get more than 2020, right? We're all on the same page with that. No?
You know what? Here's the weird thing.
Yeah.
Even though it's like the Phillies. Right now, the Phillies are magical and everything's hunky-dory, but then it's a long summer.
I'm going to say something that I think is going to be very difficult to counter. I don't think it matters what Democrat is rolled out when it comes to squashing whatever momentum Trump has with the black vote. Does Phil Murphy make black voters vote D? Does Josh Shapiro make black voters vote D? Does Gavin Newsom make black voters say, you know what? I was thinking about ditching Joe for Trump, but now that you give me Gavin Newsom, okay, I'm back on your team. I think short of rolling out a talented, functional, competent African-American, which Kamala Harris does not qualify under any of those categories, I don't think any of these potential DNC August switcheroo candidates will change anything when it comes to Trump's ability to garner more of the minority vote than he did in 2016 and 2020. Whatever that percentage is, 15%, 18%, 22%, whether that's black, whether that's Hispanic, whether that's young. Maybe the young voter, perhaps, would see a 55-year-old, a 57-year-old, whatever age Gavin Newsom is or whatever, and say, okay, This guy's, I can relate a little bit more to him because he's at least competent and he's not like my pop-up. By the way, I would be willing to bet, I'm watching some of the Normandy coverage here in France, some of these heroes that are 97 and 102 years old, they look like they've got more going on right now than Joe does. And they've got Joe by almost 2 decades, which really speaks volumes about where our president is right now. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in.
Yeah, and by the way, there was this story, and I know ABC News had it, New York Post, among others, but they said that the Trump team is vetting those Veep candidates. So it's Burgum, Rubio, just a small number of individuals. They're asking everybody for their paperwork.
Vance.
Tim Scott.
Yeah.
Tim Scott. Byron Donald's in that list as well.
Interesting. No Ron DeSantis.
And I noticed no Tulsi Gabbard either.
Yeah.
And those were
So
a couple of
far.
our choices that we were throwing out.
No females on that list. Interesting.
I think it's if the Veep matters, I think it's a calculated misstep. I would have a female considered, whether it's Elise Stefanik, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard. Don't matter to me, but I think you got to have somebody in the mix.
I think in that group that it was NBC, Dawn, that I think, at least where I saw the coverage, out of that list that NBC News had, I think Tim Scott is the clear and far away winner.
I'd be fine with
my
that.
opinion.
My gut feeling right now, if I had to go on the record, I think it's going to be J.D. Vance. That's my gut feeling, although I like Vance a lot, but I would go female.
That's because that's what Sean Farish said like a week ago. You like
Yeah.
J.D. too.
I like Vance. If you want somebody that is MAGA and you look at that list, I think he is the guy almost from top to bottom. I think there was a stretch early on, maybe 6-7 years ago, where Vance wasn't the biggest Trump guy, but he came around to it and has been an ardent follower and supporter since. But he's also young. What is he, 39 years old, 40 years old? I think he's right around my age.
Did you guys see the movie or read the book, Hillbilly Elegy? That was his backstory is amazing.
Who, J.D. Vance?
Yeah.
I
His
did not.
backstory, if you haven't seen that, it's incredible. And so
Mhm.
he came from poverty and from a family of addiction, and his personal backstory is just incredible
Wow.
and inspirational. And
Mhm.
so even though he appeals to I think all voters, but if you're somebody who wants inspiration and you're somebody who's from that background of poverty, I mean, his story is just incredible.
Very
And
interesting.
how he rose and the old pull yourself up by the bootstraps.
Mm-hmm. All right. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the first hour. A couple of more quotes here on Joe Biden from these reports, including former White House doctor who served under both Obama and Trump, says Biden's mental health is a national security issue. We'll get to that as we continue. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get ready for spring with NJDiet.com.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, We know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
This is an important notice to consumers with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. You may qualify to reduce a large portion of your debt, saving you thousands of dollars. National Debt Relief has established a debt relief hotline for consumers to call and see what they qualify for at 800-713-3096. With their fast and easy approval process, National Debt Relief's award-winning team has helped over 550,000 Americans significantly reduce their debt. Consumers who qualify may only need to pay back a fraction of what they owe. National Debt Relief, the top-rated debt relief company, has earned thousands of 5-star Google reviews and has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Due to high interest rates, your debt will continue to rapidly pile up, so pick up the phone and call now to get this free information at 800-713-3096. 800-713-3096. Again, that's 800-713-3096.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head and just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as one day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy on Saturday, June 29th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
rise and shine, Philadelphia. Let's go. We're almost an hour into the show. 25% of the way and you're just waking up. Let's go.
We start at 6 a.m.
855-839-1210. A lot of good stuff still ahead. Cut sheet 745. Super good cut sheet today. Also, Hunter Biden, trial day number 3 recap. Jurors falling asleep. We've got people testifying that Hunter Biden was on crack every 20 minutes. We'll get to some of those details. And also, Philadelphia with a proud moment. We'll get to that story in hour number 2 as well. Some Trump trial cases, updates. We've got delays. We've got challenges, appeals, all sorts of stuff coming out yesterday. Late in the afternoon, both in Georgia and Florida. But I do want to wrap with a couple of quotes here from Ronnie Jackson. You might recall Ronnie Jackson is now, the doctor. Former White House physician, now a Republican congressman in Texas. A man who served under both Barack Obama and Donald J. Trump. And he says, quote, the article from the Wall Street Journal, quote, just documenting what I've been saying all along. He's not fit to be the commander-in-chief. He's got significant issues. He shouldn't have the job. You know, it's a national security issue for us. Before being elected to Congress, he was the White House physician. And he says, quote, most of those who said Biden performed poorly were Republicans, but some Democrats said that he showed his age in several exchanges, and the Texas Republican speculated that this could be the beginning of a political coup against the 81-year-old president. And we've had plenty of stories in the first 3 days this week where we've seen the left go after the left. Don't think for 1 second that they won't devour and ditch Joe if it means keeping power and keeping Donald Trump away from the White House. I firmly believe that.
You know, my dad, I've talked about COVID, and my dad, who's late 80s, would not get vaccinated, did have COVID, was fine. He teased that the only reason they hospitalized him was so he could flirt with the nurses. But my dad thinks that Biden has long COVID, and he said that he did go through that, where he had to, you know what I mean? He had to deal with that.
The extended fogginess.
Like a brain fog that my dad talked about. But my dad, his theory is that, by the way, my dad says Trump was the greatest president ever, who's ever lived. He's like a huge Trump fan, but he feels for Biden. He says he's convinced he has some kind of long COVID.
It could explain Bruno, too.
Stop. It's not nice.
Sorry.
He loves you. Your relationship with Bruno, with Tony Bruno, is great. It's cute.
God. Yeah, cute's one way to put it. That's for sure. 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2, and then, of course, the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Philadelphia, it's the capital of pride. It's the capital of drag queen story time for the kiddies. What is that about? We'll get into it on the other side. Kayal and Company, hour 2 is next.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-6986.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
on? It is Kayal and Company on this gray, dreary, humid, muggy Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we continue. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube until we play a song that gets us kicked off, or YouTube all of a sudden starts playing a commercial. We're trying to give you a million ways to get us, folks.
So Ken Beatty, right,
Yep.
is doing the playlist for us this week because he gave a generous donation during our Travis Manion Radiothon.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no control over the music. So a lot of these songs are, they're copywritten.
Yep.
So they probably won't be up on YouTube later.
Mhm.
So I suggest that if you watch the show later, that you get to where you're going and watch it sooner rather than later. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, because these shows probably won't be up there for the entire day.
Good chance that every show next week with Elvis will get whacked.
I don't know. It's an interesting question. Does Elvis does his greedy family, his greedy, his greedy inbred family?
They're not inbred.
I just did that to trigger the Elvis fans. Does his greedy family have copyright on his songs? I don't know. So maybe none of the shows next week will save on YouTube.
Oh boy, this is gonna be good, folks. Gut sheet coming up at 7:45. Trump court updates, Hunter Biden, and this story about drag queen story time with the Utes here in our own backyard. That's coming up in just a few minutes. But let's get to the news around number 2 at 7:03 on this Thursday morning. D-Day 80, by the way, in case you forgot. Today is June 6th. And we get to Dawn Stensland right now for the news.
Yes, good morning. And on this rainy Thursday morning, yes, June the 6th, D-Day 80-year commemorations happening this morning. Obviously, Normandy, France, with so many of our soldiers, our military veterans over there, as well as President Joe Biden and 20 other world leaders. We are sponsored this morning by Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMC. Other news of the day, as we are looking at some protests that have been going on, and even this morning at the University of the Arts. So faculty, staff, supporters rallying yesterday and this morning, waving signs of the Game of Thrones shame, and saying that they need to be protect the way that their school's abrupt closure has been handled. They should have been protected from that. They're demanding better communication, demanding transparency. What happened here? We don't have a lot of communication or word as to what's going on with regard to, reportedly, Temple University interested in some kind of a merger. That is behind the scenes. We know that Governor Josh Shapiro got involved in this. We know that Mayor Sherelle Parker, she has been involved in this as well. But it sounds like they need at least $40 million to bail out the school. And so many people are saying, well, how did we not know this was happening? Was this criminal? Is something nefarious going on here? This has all happened so suddenly. The union representing the workers there, and the faculty union, saying there's a clear violation of federal labor laws. And so there are multiple different layers of legal action underway.
Temple's got $40 million to bail them out. I didn't know Temple had that kind of cash, but we'll see.
Yeah, and we talked yesterday about the fact that it's an incredible real estate grab. So it's probably a deal for anybody who
has deep pockets.
Put this thing together.
No question.
So that all is under investigation, but we found out in less than a week. I mean, tomorrow is the final day. They're going to shut down. And so really less than a week's notice.
There was a couple of protesters out there yesterday with signs up that says, "We hate Greg Stocker."
That is not true.
Well, I heard his comments.
It's funny you say that, because that clip where I make fun of the University of the Arts made its rounds on Twitter and all that stuff. And somebody took a screenshot of my of my community college degree and said, you shouldn't really talk about this thing. It's like, it's fine. You want to shame me for only going to community college? That's fine.
Community college
That's
is a
fine.
great value.
Exactly.
I would encourage that to anybody.
Exactly. And by the way, I used my career. I studied radio TV.
Yeah.
I used my career.
Especially if you're one of these kids, and I know we talk a lot about, the decline in college and the uptick in trades. But if you don't, if you're one of these kids that wants to go to college but has no idea at 18 what they want to major in, just get your basics out of the way at community college and save yourself 80%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've had some events at Montgomery County Community College.
Mm-hmm.
Their facilities, they're just the broadcasting piece of it.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And a lot of the times, the people that teach at community college are not the academians.
Hands-on.
Yeah, they work in the field that they teach.
Yep.
They're not professors and bookworms.
By the way, I still go back and I speak at my community college. I donate to them. I'm still in touch with some of the teachers. So I try and give back because we need a pipeline for people to stay in radio, and I want to make sure that the people who are graduating from there, know that if they want a job or whatever like that, we have openings here. So,
What'd you go, Northampton or Bucks?
Northampton.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought.
Yeah.
But
I just love
these
the
are
people.
all great.
I just love the people that throw this back in my face. Like, oh, you're not as smart as the people who went to University of Arts. Okay.
No, and that's
I make a hell of a lot more money than they do. Okay?
and that's the point.
He's
Bite
pulling
me.
out the checkbook.
Bite me.
No, but that's the point. All of this has made every one of us review and look at these universities, and especially the Ivy Leagues. I mean, even the state colleges, Penn State, incredible in-state value.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So whether it's the community colleges or the state colleges, I think everybody's really reviewing this.
Start off at community college, end up with a pool boy.
Cabana boy.
That's what Stalker did. So take that, artsies.
Well, with just hours to go before the official deadline, TikTok, early this morning, Philadelphia City Council officially passed their initial approval to a $6.37 billion budget that keeps Philadelphia's tax rates pretty much flat. In the end, if you look at it, Mayor Sherelle Parker, this looks very similar to what she had proposed in the beginning. And so you could argue that, she pretty much got her wish mostly, but in this late night session, overnight, and technically in the wee hours of this morning, they voted this through. So bolstering funding for things like quality of life programs, but they want to hold the tax rates flat. They also, the one headline that I'm seeing is they want to borrow $100 million to construct this drug treatment facility in the Northeast. So we'll see how well this is received. This is one of Parker's priority, and they're calling it, I believe, a wellness village type, about $100 million to go into Northeast Philadelphia. So I know that we'll talk about this much more, but I just wanted to headline the budget and that so far that they've passed the preliminaries here. Property tax relief measures, especially for low-income Philadelphians. So that's another one of them. And the homestead exemption, this is a big one for owner-occupied properties. And they're moving that from $80,000 to $100,000. So it's the increase of the homestead exemption, which, especially in this economy, that's a huge deal, I can tell you as a city resident. So we have all of that going on. So I just wanted to headline that for you. In Delaware County, and this is making national news, parents speaking out after what happened with a school crossing guard.
This is amazing.
Yeah, entrusted, to help children, to keep them safe. And parents and guardians, grandparents speaking out in Delco. The individual, the crossing guard, identified as 26-year-old Kiera Lee is the name of the crossing guard, accused of distributing electronic cigarettes and illegal substances containing marijuana to students at Penwood Middle School. Not high schoolers.
Oh
these are middle school children. Yeah. And officials...
That's time to start.
Start them young, right? 11 and 12 years old, burning a heater on the bus.
And so Kiara Lee, who identifies as a female, obviously, and I sent you guys the mugshot. The whole situation is raising some eyebrows as to the hiring process of this individual, the vetting process of this individual. But there were parents, grandparents, guardians of these middle school age children who are speaking out about this and saying that these are young children who were being given vapes, marijuana edibles. And so the question is, what was the motivation of this person if you're giving children these drugs and trying to befriend them? Ultimately, where were you going with this?
Yeah. Do we have the mugshot that we can put up?
I can see Phil is working on it right now. There we go.
Yeah. Look at this. Yeah. Now this is a crossing guard, correct? This is not the bus driver.
Can I? Okay.
I know. At 6 a.m.,
I'm guessing the hiring pool for a crossing guard, you don't get to really pick and choose and select, some of the best people in society. But I mean, my God, she's got a mustache.
Well, she has a lot more facial hair than that. Just a mustache.
Kiara Lee has more facial hair than Greg Stocker.
Yeah, it's true.
On
it's
certain days,
true.
yes,
absolutely true. She's also she's a little person.
Tiny. Yeah, we can't use the M word anymore.
I know.
That was deemed offensive years ago. Yeah. It rhymes with widget. But it starts with an M.
Stop.
Let me look at the eyeshadow. I mean, I'd be willing. This is just an assumption on my part. There's probably not a day where that person does not go without some sort of substance or nicotine or any other contraband. I don't think that person just takes vitamins and says their prayers like Hulk Hogan.
YouTube.com/1210WPHT. If you want to see that.
There you go.
This is the kind of person that you just know when you get to one of those intersections where the crossing guard comes out with the stop sign and like they're holding court and and if you go through the intersection like how that's the flashing lights where it's like go 15 miles an hour school zone. If you're going 17, she's the kind of person that probably knows you're going 17 and she probably starts yelling at you and blows her whistle.
The parents and the community. It's interesting how everybody's trying to carefully choose their words, but this individual is raising a lot of eyebrows.
Yeah,
seriously.
Yeah, I love how we have to carefully choose our words, as this person was not careful with their actions.
It's a great point.
Ridiculous. So walk on eggshells. Be careful how you frame things.
But the question
is, we are responsible broadcasters,
yes,
Nick.
We are responsible.
I mean, on most days.
But the questions they're having are, if you're giving middle school age children edibles, drug type, these are the accusations against this individual. Where was this going? And was this? We'll never know, I suppose. Was this a grooming situation? Because that's what groomers do.
Yep.
So those are the kinds of questions, and I'm quoting parents, grandparents who are concerned about the hiring process. Are you more worried about the look and the DEI and all of that than with vetting individuals and making sure that they're there just to keep the kids safe?
Right. This is why I think a lot of parents take their kids and drop them off at school now themselves and sit in those ridiculous lines in the parking lot to pick up their kid.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because there were no creeps 20 years ago.
Whatever happened to the 80-year-old crossing guard? I'm gonna go back to the days where the guy just retired or the lady just retired or our Ohio bus driver.
Do you hear me?
I'm gonna bring back those glory days.
And we've talked this morning about D-Day as we think about the commemoration. All week in Normandy, France, they've been holding all these different commemorations, but obviously today is the day, January 6th. And when you think about the dwindling numbers of World War II veterans who are still alive, who many of them have made that, it's a pilgrimage, if you will, back to France. And then you think of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine and what's happening in Europe right now. And Russia at that time was our ally back in the day, June 6, 1944. So Allied landings, even more so 80 years on, as they write. So now the 100-plus-year-old veterans revisiting the old memories and walking, taking the steps and actually walking on the beaches of Normandy.
Yeah.
It's so emotional, and it's an incredible sight.
It really is. I mean, if you just do the math with the year that happened, you're 18, or as Greg said, people fudging their IDs at 16 and 17 to go serve, and fast forward to 2024, and these people are between 98 to 102, 103.
Yeah.
Remarkable.
So true. So, so D-Day commemorations continue in this country, but obviously Normandy, France, President Joe Biden among the world leaders there. So we have that going on. Phils were victorious, not even beat, they whooped the Milwaukee Brewers, and now headed to London for the weekend. It's very exciting.
Yes, indeed.
What do we think about London games? I mean, it's
cool. I like the early start times, but
it's cold.
This whole growing the game nonsense.
I know.
I'm not interested in growing the game.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome.
It's like the Eagles playing in Brazil.
Yeah.
You know,
I could do without that.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
I love it.
These are our sports.
Yeah.
Keep your hands off them.
Yeah.
But they have to grow the market. I mean, you're a
Damn
brand
Brits.
manager.
Damn Brits. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Don. What? Oh, yeah. Grow the market. Yes, grow the market. I get it. I get it. The WWE is doing the same thing with Saudi Arabia and all those places.
Yeah. Nothing like going to Saudi Arabia to watch wrestling.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Great.
I tell you, the greatest thing I ever did was when I was in 05, when I watched the NFL playoffs from Hawaii. Breakfast buffets, 7:30 a.m. It's a beautiful thing. The idea that you got to wait around all day for Sunday Night Football is agonizing.
Yeah.
I like getting my games out of the way early.
Yep.
That's one of the positives of living on the West Coast.
It's true. It's true because you get 10 a.m. games there.
Yep.
One of the headlines, and I know we're going to talk about it outside the news, so I'll just headline it because it is technically a local story, that jurors in Hunter Biden's trial heard from the clerk who sold him the gun at the center of the case. Federal prosecutors putting that out there in Wilmington, Delaware, in the court. But what's making headlines is everybody talking about the fact, you're on trial in a federal trial facing a maximum of 25 years behind bars because federal, once you're sentenced in a federal court, there's no gain time. There's no double time. So whatever you're sentenced to, that's what you're going to serve. So it's a serious proceeding. However, how would you like your exes, your ex-girlfriend, your ex-wife to testify on your behalf? So that's one of the headlines this morning. I know the Today Show a second ago was, discussing that. Oh, his Hunter's exes are all testifying on his behalf. What a testament to him.
I know.
That the
pity party just will never end.
And the jury taking it so seriously that one of the members fell asleep.
Yeah.
So
a male juror dozed off during the trial on Wednesday during cross-examination of the FBI agent Erica Jensen. But the juror that was sleeping, he woke up when the execs testified about the president's son smoking crack. That'll get you going in more ways than one.
I got to say this: if a Trump juror fell asleep, this would be a breaking news, wall to wall.
He's not taking his civic duty responsibly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and not just that. The first day, so on Monday they chose the jury. I didn't hear it widely reported that the next morning, one of the reasons they were delayed was one of the ladies who was chosen as a juror got cold feet. Essentially, she made up an excuse that said, "Oh, I know I was chosen, but it's over an hour drive, and I don't really have access to a car." And that was after Jill Biden and the Biden family, and it just seemed odd that she didn't say all of that and mention hardship before she was chosen.
That's a good point. Yep.
But chose the next day, and was that intimidation of some level that she had to rethink things?
Yeah, could be.
If that had been, like to your point, a different trial or a different venue,
yep,
I think it would have been a different story.
Some of these people are afraid to have their identities revealed publicly or have it leaked or post trial for that information to come out. Yep.
Well put. Well, we are sponsored by Adam Anderson Mechanical Corporation. So take advantage. AMC, Anderson Mechanical Corporation's Big Spring Tune-Up Special. You're going to receive, if you're listening right now, you're going to get 15% off your spring maintenance, and 1 year of free maintenance with a replacement system. Just call today, amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Thank you, Anderson Mechanical Corporation, on this rainy, muggy morning. AMC sponsors Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Cut sheet coming up in about 25 minutes. Philly Pride as well as Trump case updates on the way. But first, a word from my friends with families behind the badge. You guys know my respect, my fondness, my love for first responders, and I would hope that you guys will join me once again for the second year in a row in supporting the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up on Sunday, July 21st, and you have a ton of options here. You can ride 65 miles from Philly to Atlantic City, just like I did last year, just like I will do again this year. Or if it's too much for you, that's fine. 30 miles from Hamilton is an option as well. And a family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. You can even register to ride with me in Team 1210. I'll be back as the captain of Team 1210. We would love for you to join, whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause. Visit ben2shore.org. That's ben2shore.org. And when you sign up with the code NIC1210, they'll knock off $25 from your registration fee. That's ben2shore.org, promo code NIC1210.
Can I say one thing about this, too?
Sure.
We are at about $8,500 right now. All we need is $1,476 right now. $1,476 right now to make it an even $10,000.
Okay.
Can we make it? Can we end the day today?
Be nice.
Can we end the day today with an even $10,000 for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation?
Yes. I've said I hope the goal that we can get to by Father's Day is $15,000, and by the 4th of July, our maximum goal was $20,000. So let's keep pushing and get there, and let's show everybody how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, and they provide financial relief for the families of the fallen and injured first responders, and they support the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and the youth.
This is the best time of the year for being outdoors, but not if your knees, shoulders, back, or hips are hurting you. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here at QC Kinetics. Call my friends at QC Kinetics today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments harness your body's own ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. So, you can walk, run, hike, play golf, move again, play frisbee on the beach, pain-free. Under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a true pioneer in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics has enabled tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. Call now, QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Get a free consultation, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking that we're at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season, listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. June is Men's Health Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. Life is busy. It can be hard to focus on your health. Thankfully, Rescue Men's Health Supplements have the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that provide men with what they need. Rescue supplements can help boost testosterone, promote a healthy prostate, as well as support energy and vitality for an active life. And for the month of June, when you buy one of their Men's Health single bottles, you'll receive a second totally free. Just use the code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one offer. To order, call a rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Discover the amazing benefits of Rescue Natural Male, Prime RX, Super Prostate, and more. Again, use that code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Men's Health products. Shop res-q.com and do it today.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
My dad loves Philly sports, and I need a Father's Day gift.
Tickets to see Joe Conklin are the perfect Father's Day gift.
Oh, my goodness. It was absolutely wonderful. All the voices and the singing.
And just seeing my dad, seeing the look on my dad's face.
Just the mix of the comedy and the singing. You never knew which way they were going to go with it.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood, Saturday, June 29. And at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey on Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Free speech lives here.
Kayal and Company, 728, as we continue live here on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Phil, Anthony, 855-839-1210. What a cut sheet we have lined up at 7:45 this morning. Also, later this morning, a couple of updates with Donald Trump in his appeals court in Georgia, as well as Judge Eileen Cannon, and whether or not Jack Smith should even be involved. We'll get to those on the other side of the cut sheet. But I do want to get to this story. You know, it's remarkable in Philadelphia, off the top of my head here. It's been 40 years since the Flyers have won a Stanley Cup. The Philadelphia 76ers, last title, 83. I've seen one World Series in my lifetime. I've seen one Super Bowl. But we have Guinness Book of World Records now in Philadelphia. This is a proud moment for the city of Philadelphia. This story courtesy of the Washington Post. And as I read some of these details, just remember, Dawn sees pedophiles around every corner. Philadelphia leaders were on a mission to attract a record-setting number of guests to a drag event kicking off Pride Month, but safety concerns left them wary of promoting the event they hoped would make history. Federal officials last month warned of terrorists possibly targeting LGBTQ+ events. Stores, gyms, and restaurants have faced bomb threats over Pride merchandise, inclusive policies, or drag events. So on Friday, just one day before the drag story time in Philadelphia, organizers finally made the event public, describing their goal to set a record. Quote, kids and kids at heart will enjoy stories read by Philly's most famous queens, the event posting read. On Saturday, well, they met their goal. Philadelphia claimed the first title for the largest attendance at a drag queen story time reading. Guinness World Records confirmed with the Washington Post. Quote, it was amazing to see that the community came out on literally such short notice that they wanted to support this effort, said Mark Siegel, the publisher of the Philadelphia Gay News. The LGBTQ+ publication received the title for hosting the event, which brought together 263 people to hear 5 drag queens read stories. Siegel said the story time was a chance to bring visibility to drag events, which some conservative politicians have sought to ban, claiming the events are inappropriate for children. Legislators have also introduced hundreds of bills targeting transgender rights, and more than a dozen states last year attempted to restrict drag shows. Segal said, quote, "That says to me that they want to put us back in the closet." A prominent LGBTQ plus activist who participated in the 1969 Stonewall riots said following a police raid, "Our best tool for equality is visibility." First Lady Jill Biden said during a stop at a Pittsburgh Pride event Saturday that legislation targeting LGBTQ plus rights serves only one purpose: to spread hate and fear. That is according to the Capital Star of Pennsylvania. In Philadelphia, hundreds gathered as the city's National Constitution Center for the first story time. Here's my deal with this. So, I don't care what you do in your personal time. I don't care what you do in your private life. I don't care what you do as an adult, as long as you don't intend to corrupt, sway, persuade, or harm minors. And my whole question, it's not even a beef. My question is, why are we in such a rush? And this really goes to everything with the sexualization agenda in our society today that is pushed by the left and the far left specifically. Why are we trying to rush children through their most impressionable, vulnerable years of their lives? Why does a 4-year-old, and look, you do what you want as a parent. I just find it hard to believe. I'm trying to wrap my head around why a parent would take their 3-year-old or 7-year-old to a diner or a drag show and confuse young children. Is this meant to confuse them? Is this meant to indoctrinate them? Is this meant to corrupt? Whatever terminology you want to use, and there's a ton of phrases out there that people talk about. And honestly, I've never been to a drag show. I have no desire to see one, but I almost feel like maybe I should just get to Renzo and Phil, and the three of us, we get like those old, those disguise kits, the fake mustache and the glasses and the nose, and we'll put a ball cap over our head, and the three of us just go to one and just observe what happens. Because I find it very, and I don't even want to use the word creepy. It's just odd when it's done with minors present. And I'm wondering out loud, what is the end goal here? Because Dawn, you talk about this a lot, and you make jokes about it. You see pedophiles around the corner all the time, yada yada yada. But I'm trying to figure out, why does a 4-year-old who all they want to do is wipe their nose, pick their nose, stick objects in their mouth that they shouldn't have in their mouth because they're a choking hazard, why do we need to do this with 4-year-olds and 8-year-olds? And I've brought this up in the past. Like, I get it. When you're in middle school, you learn about sex education. That's part of it. And I think a lot of this should be taught by parents. There's some of it that is taught in public school when the timing is appropriate, right around when you start to go through puberty as a man or a woman. Maybe that's at 10 years old or 12 years old or whatever age it might be these days. I guess everybody's different. But the young children out there at drag shows with their parents, I find that to be odd. And I don't think I'm an old fuddy-dud guy, but it just seems a little off to me. And I'd actually like to go to one and attend one and just see if my assumptions and what I think my assessments are actually accurate, because I tend to believe they are. I don't think these people should be targeted. If you're an adult, you do you. You want to wear the makeup, a wig, a costume, whatever floats your boat. I always say YOLO. You only live once. But I do take issue with it when minors are brought into it, especially the very, very young ones. You're 16, all right, maybe more of a debate. 5 years old, I got a problem with that. What do you think about this story? Because we're proud now. Philadelphia, we got the Guinness Book of World Records now.
I just don't get in the LGBTQ plus community, right? I've talked to so many individuals who say, hey, this is great for Philadelphia, the fact that we can try to appeal to the LGB community because
lesbian, gay, bisexual.
Right. So this community is one that spends a lot of money on tourism and travel. Philadelphia is a major destination. We have incredible hotels. We have incredible restaurants. It's a great place to visit. And so for a long time, the Visitors Bureau in Philadelphia has tried to appeal to every group, obviously, but especially that group because they're known to be loyal, to spend a lot of money, and to choose cities that they feel are going to be friendly to their community. So I get that. I get the marketing on it. Then going to this other issue of saying the drag queen situation, I don't think a drag queen reading to little kids has anything to do with being gay. Right. I don't, because you could be a drag queen like RuPaul. We think of RuPaul from back in the day.
Not Rand Paul, RuPaul.
RuPaul,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
We think of the old school like drag shows, which were adult shows. That individual may or may not be someone who identifies in the LGBTQ plus community. Could be a straight guy who likes to dress. I mean, we can go back to original theater. That's basically what theater was because women were not allowed to be actors, right? So that's really what that was.
It's true, yeah.
So I don't even know how you connect the two. One has zero to do with the other. And there are a lot of people in the gay community who say, I don't want to be associated with that. What are we doing here?
Yep.
Has nothing to do with the LGB community.
Right. And we know that the LGBTQ plus lobbyist group is one of the most powerful and influential in the country. A lot of money, certainly. But you're right. And you've talked about this in the past about how, you take the first three letters, LGB, and all the battles that those community members fought for the right to be where they are today so that most of American citizens are very accepting of what they choose to do and who they choose to be attracted to and sleep with in their personal life. And then you have now, we're at the point where the T has come into play, where the theme, the trend, and as that study we cited over in the UK of 15,000 plus participants, largely this was a phase in their life, right? And then you get into the weeds with it and the nuance of it, of trans, and then going through some of the surgical procedures and the regret that goes along with it. Then you throw on top of it the drag queen story time element. And look, it's one thing. And I also think you have to separate what is being done publicly at an event like this versus whether or not something like this is occurring in a school. And if it's at a school, is it a public school with your tax dollars? So there's just many layers to this where I don't think you can just broad brush it with just one paintbrush, but it is a very nuanced conversation. And my problem is just, back when you were 5, this is going to sound really, really dated, but it was funny. You remember when you were a boy and you were 5 and your mom or your dad would pick you up from kindergarten or from preschool and your dad would be like, I saw you staring over there at Jessica. You got a little girlfriend? And you're like, no, Dad, girls have cooties. Now we have drag queen story time with 5-year-olds where I feel like it's let these kids live their lives. Why are we trying to accelerate them into adulthood? And we've also given the study of your brain doesn't formulate until you're 25 or 26.
Yeah, and why? So to a young child, if you look at a drag queen from the eyes of a young child, they are looking at a person dressed up as a clown. That to a little kid, that's all that is somebody dressed up, is a grown up dressed up. So whether it's Big Bird, whether it's a clown, whether it's to a little kid, they don't understand that. So then what are you doing? Are you explaining that? Well, that's a man dressed as a woman. Well, is it really? I mean, it's the whole thing is bizarre to me.
Yeah. I hate clowns, by the way. I had a traumatic experience in kindergarten. Balloons the Clown was a clown in Easton, Pennsylvania, and he came to my kindergarten graduation party at a roller skating rink, and he cracked an egg over my head. I never recovered.
Well, John Wayne Gacy, dressed up as a clown.
There you go. 855-839-1210. The phone number. We'll come back, get to the cut sheet. It's coming up at 7:45, and it's super good today. Back after this here on Kayal and Company.
want to talk about my friends at Piazza Auto Group. You know, for years now, my family, we turn to Piazza when we think about our service, when we think about our vehicles. Yeah, I'm still in the Honda minivan, but I am dreaming of that luxury vehicle someday. You know, summer kicks off road trip season for many of us. I know for my family, we're planning ours. But do you know if your vehicle is road trip ready? So my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help make sure that you and your family are safe on the roads this summer. These service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle your regular maintenance needs, but also diagnose those possible issues before they happen. So schedule a service appointment online today. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, P-I-A-Z-Z-A, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com for that dealer nearest you. They're across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. P-I-A-Z-Z-A, Piazza, the name you can count on. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies. And we can probably help you, too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. We've helped over 30,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. If your timeshare agreement goes on forever, if you were told timeshares are a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, you have questions, we have the answers. At Wesley Financial Group, we're dedicated to helping timeshare owners get out of their financial nightmare. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-523-3030. That's 800-523-3030. 800-523-3030.
This is an important notice to consumers with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. You may qualify to reduce a large portion of your debt, saving you thousands of dollars. National Debt Relief has established a debt relief hotline for consumers to call and see what they qualify for at 800-713-3096. With their fast and easy approval process, National Debt Relief's award-winning team has helped over 550,000 Americans significantly reduce their debt. Consumers who qualify may only need to pay back a fraction of what they owe. National Debt Relief, the top-rated debt relief company, has earned thousands of 5-star Google reviews and has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Due to high interest rates, your debt will continue to rapidly pile up, so pick up the phone and call now to get this free information at 800-713-3096. 800-713-3096. Again, that's 800-713-3096.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head, just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Lift your head, weary sinner. The river's just ahead.
7:45. It's Kayal and Company, Thursday morning. 80th anniversary of D-Day, June 6th, 2024. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in, you can always tweet the show at 1210 WPHT. Let it rip in the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just some amazing visuals if you're watching any of the 80th anniversary coverage on any of the outlets. I got to tell you, every time I shake the hand of a veteran, especially the vets that are getting up there in years, I tell you, one of the most awesome things is just the strength of the handshake of these guys. Like if you're an old school man, you always, the old school way of shaking hands versus all these new variations of handshakes and the bro hug and all this other stuff. You get that old school handshake and you get a grizzled vet who's 98 years old. Now, they might not be where they used to be mentally, but I'm telling you, every time I shake a hand of a vet that's up there, man, they break my damn hand. I love it. It is an honor. We got a lot of good stuff still ahead this morning, including we got Trump updates in Georgia and Florida. Also, the Washington Post in complete disarray. And also an Indiana congressman taking a shot at the WNBA in defense of Caitlin Clark, who plays in his home state. That's all still ahead, but right now, let's get to a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Thursday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing, plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the ever-important Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Yes, Nick Kayal, let's start right where you just left off there. This is Ronald Rondo Sharf.
I know him.
He's a World War II veteran. He's asked by Fox News here whether he thinks 16-year-olds would fake their age to fight for their country like they did in World War II. Because as we've mentioned, that there were a lot of people who you had to be 18 to join the military, fake their ages. Would the youths of today do the same? Cut 5, Philip. Go.
Do you think 16-year-olds would fake their age as you did in order to go off and fight for the country today? 16-year-olds today?
No, I don't think so. It was a different generation. Each generation is a little bit different. Yeah. And I think that all the generations are great, but I think some of the ones they got now are a little lazy. And I think they got to show more pride in their country than they do. I don't like to see that where they'll take a flag and drape it around them or put it on top of a Jeep or something like that. You got to respect your flag. That's your country. And I'm just hoping I never run into anything where somebody's trying to burn the flag, because I'll stop them right now.
Wow. Amen to that, brother.
Man.
By the way, he's got more going on than Joe Biden does. I mean, that guy just put together a bunch of sentences pretty well. Nice work out of him. Yeah, I think today's generation, no, they won't fake their age to join the military. They'll just fake their gender to claim they're something different. Yeah.
They would fake their age maybe to get their breasts removed.
Right.
Yeah. Seriously.
Yeah, that's the difference today.
I'm not trying to be, shocking.
No,
but it's
that's why
the
that's
truth.
the greatest generation of the selfless nature of those individuals. God bless all of them. Today's youths would be like, oh, I mean, can I use TikTok in a bunker? No, you can't. You got bullets whizzing by your head, pal.
You think about, you tweeted out, Nick, earlier that picture, the D-Day picture.
Oh, I love that picture.
The boat that went, and you think of the youths of today, how they'd be like, is there Wi-Fi on those boats?
Yeah, they'd be wetting their pants. Truth be told, I would too. I mean, I'm a sissy.
Of course.
I would not make it in war. No way.
I agree with that, and I just, my grandfather was cut from a different cloth. Mm-hmm. He fought in World War II. He was on a battleship that was bombed. He was treading water for like 3 days until somebody rescued him. I mean, like just stuff like that.
Yeah.
I could never. I mean, I guess you never know until you're in those situations. But I don't think I could ever do that.
No.
You know what I mean? So
I would have waved the proverbial white flag.
I would say this as well. When you look at this, it's not just about the caliber of individuals, because there are many high quality young people who are signing up for the military. But I would say this: I would not want my sons to sign up under this shameful excuse for a commander in chief under Biden. I would not trust it. I would never want them to sign up under this president.
A great time to sign up would be, during the Trump administration the first time around, because
peace and prosperity.
We didn't have wars, right? So it's a different time for sure, and that's, I think, one of the big reasons why the establishment hates Trump.
But honestly, Dawn, like, I understand what you're saying, but do you think anybody during World War II thought about who the commander-in-chief was? Like, I just think they felt like there was a duty to their country that they needed to serve, and they did it. Like, we just need to sometimes take politics out of things. I know it's political because he's the leader of the military. I understand that. He gives the orders. I get that. But these guys, that guy who we just talked about, my grandfather, were not thinking about who the president of the United States was. They had a duty, and they did it.
Here's where I'll disagree. I think for the entire history of the United States, the commander-in-chief, the president, and the military, I have to believe that there are military members of every administration that like or dislike the president, adhere to a policy, disagree with a policy, or even what we're talking about here with war. Either one war is more justifiable than the other war, another war is a total facade. But I think if you join the military, you ultimately do put that aside for the greater good of your country and the flag. But I don't think it's just in the Trump-Biden era where partisanship has never been further divided that mindset exists.
Here's the problem with this out of it, commander in chief right now, is that you don't have trust. Also, look at what they're focusing on in some of their recruitment. It's just shameful what they're focusing on. But no, I think even this really started during the Obama years. With JAG and the JAG rules and how many.
This started in Vietnam. This started after Vietnam when people felt like they were lied to get into a war.
Well, if you really want to go back to World War II, look up FDR. There were many who believed, and there are papers written on this and a lot of research. Did FDR know? Did FDR want to get into this war? Did he know about that Pearl Harbor was going to happen? And most historians say no, he did not. But that was the beginning of it, of questioning the commander-in-chief, questioning the president and any president's motives for wanting to engage in such a war.
Pete Hegseth on Fox yesterday had a great breakdown on the front of their big digital board with the recruiting goals, and it was, I forget which 4 branches, but 3 of the 4 branches of military did not hit their recruiting goals. And
the Marines are the only ones that have.
Marines are the only one. The other 3 or 4 did not. And I think it's for multiple reasons. One, it's the DEI stuff, and I hate using the wokeness stuff, but I do think that factors in. But I also think there's a lot of people out there nowadays, especially the new Republicans, that don't want war, that just want peace, and like you say, Dawn, peace and prosperity. I think there's just a lot of people that are like, no, I don't want war, so I'm not signing up to go and be a part of potentially a war. So I think it's more than just one thing, and I'm not surprised, honestly.
Let's get back to TikTok, shall we? Enough with this talk about
heroes, the serious stuff.
Heroes and
let's get back to today's day and age.
Let's go to the bat-esque crazy state of Oregon.
Oh, what a place. Might be the least desirable state to live in for me, personally.
Now, this all happened on TikTok, so I'm just, there. You can see the video, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to watch along with these videos. We see the police officer. Apparently, it is not a crime in the state of Oregon for a naked man to go up to a 2-year-old kid.
Was this drag story time?
No, this was just, there was, this happened, this was on this man's property. Allegedly, a naked man came up to his 2-year-old and started talking to him.
And the naked man is still alive?
And the naked, well, yeah, that's a great, and so they called the police, and the police were like, we can't really do anything if he's not, we'll let him
Got
say
a baseball bat?
This is cut. You have to see this video, by the way. These videos are just, this is cut 1, Phil, go.
You're saying in the state of Oregon, someone can walk up to your 2-year-old kid completely bare naked, and that's not a crime? Even if it's on your property?
Correct. Well, so it's trespassing.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is there's no laws against the actual nudity portion of it.
So you can expose yourself to children in Oregon?
Again, if you're not doing it for sexual gratification or the gratification of somebody else, yes, you are allowed to walk around in public naked.
Well, what reason
on
is he
private
doing
property?
it for?
This is where I live, and someone just came and exposed themselves to my 2-year-old boy, and this officer's saying that it's not a crime. So a naked person came up onto my property here, approached my 2-year-old kid, completely naked, which I ran over to him and covered his eyes so he wouldn't see. My obvious thought is to call 911 as someone's indecently exposing themselves to my child on my property. At what point did this become a normal and acceptable thing to do? The cops will literally do nothing about it. They're basically saying we have to wait for that person to do something more serious to your kid before we can intervene.
Well, but they did say trespassing is a violation and a law. So why? I guess I would need further information. Did they arrest the naked guy for trespassing, even though they can't do anything about the nudity portion of it?
Doesn't sound like it.
Doesn't sound like it. By the way, it was actually sunny in Oregon there, by the way. You ever notice that it always rains in the Pacific Northwest?
I'm with Dawn. If a naked dude came up to my 4-year-old, I would dismember him.
Then you're getting charged.
I know.
Especially if you live in the state of Oregon.
Well, it's on your property, so you can say the truth is if they're approaching your child, I'm assuming that they're about to sexually assault my child.
I love how the officer's like, well, unless the guy was doing it for his sexual gratification or the minors, I'm like, well, what else would he be doing it for? What is he giving, like an anatomy lesson in the front lawn? This is where the babies come from.
Look up the Greater Idaho movement. This is why half of Oregon wants to secede and join Idaho. It's a real thing.
No,
yeah, it is.
Yes.
I know.
And I that right there, that would make me lose my mind.
It all comes down to what where the home venue is. If it's Oregon, it's going to be treated differently than Tennessee, Texas, Florida, or Georgia.
I am shocked that the cops came. We're like, yeah, we can, maybe we can get him for trespassing.
I'm just glad
trespassing.
I'm just glad we didn't have any footage of the man.
No, we didn't.
All right.
We didn't.
Because God knows if we did, it probably wouldn't be censored anyway. We'd see way too much, and I'd have to lose my mind.
You have to have it. So either you turn off your Ring doorbell, and you have no video because you're going to defend your kid, or you get everybody in the neighborhood to video the guy and plaster it all over social media.
Yeah.
But I would absolutely accuse that individual of attempted assault.
Absolutely.
To me, what is that person's intent that they're walking up to your child and they're naked and so on?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I have such and Dawn knows a lot of my neighbors because we run in the same circles. We like not only me, but like I feel like my neighbors, if somebody saw this,
guaranteed
them coming up to my kid, there would be guns, there would be there would be all kinds of things in this man's face.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand this world we live in where it's like that guy, the father there was very calm, much more calm than I would have been.
This is why we have fences and gates.
And I'm not blaming the cop because he's just following the law.
He's handcuffed.
Because the cop would be fired.
Yeah. What the cop should have said was, look, I know this is an ass-backward law, but it is the law, and that's my job.
Mm-hmm.
But the cop also knows he's on video.
Of course.
This is why you got to have like those electrical fences to keep people off your property. Speaking of that, did you see the video that went viral like a couple of weeks ago? Some guy had like one of those Trump campaign things in his yard. You know, those little things that you say, it says Trump 2024, and you stick the stakes in the grass. And he electrified it. And he has a ring doorbell cam.
Oh, that's amazing.
And somebody tried to go into his yard and just pull the MAGA thing out, and he gets electrocuted and falls backwards.
Magic Man says, stop talking tough, Greg. You would not do a thing. Okay.
I don't know. I've heard Stalker yell.
Notice MAGA Man didn't call me out because you know I would.
Yeah, you ever see Dawn with a Louisville Slugger?
And the thing about it is that that's the bad part of this. I'd probably end up in jail, but I don't care.
So worth it.
Most people would pay your bail. There'd be a GoFundMe in 6 minutes.
But that's a reason to move.
There's a new Star Wars series out called The Acolyte. It is being dubbed, I kid you not, guys, the gayest Star Wars yet.
It's like Disney just wants to go out of business, right?
According to the producer and cast of this movie.
Right. We talked about the director that was hired a couple of months ago.
They interviewed them for the rap. I'm not sure what the rap is, but that's what they interviewed. And this is how it sounded. Cut to Phil, go.
I want to ask you both because this is, I would say, arguably the gayest Star Wars, I think, by a considerable margin. And are you excited about that? Are you bracing
the gayest
yourself?
Star Wars. Not the.
It's pretty gay. Let's be honest.
Wow.
Leslie, how do you feel?
Am I gay? Yes.
Well, no, I know
Yeah.
you are gay, but I'm asking, are you excited about putting this, this is going to be a talking point?
Is it going to be a talking point?
I'm sure some.
Because nerds are gay.
Well, some nerds are very not gay and are very threatened by gay
Well, that's
stuff.
true. But
Yeah.
in my world, nerds are gay.
Was this the fun element of it?
No, I don't think so. And yet people have told me that it's the gayest Star Wars, and I frankly.
You're offended?
Into it. No.
I think that Star Wars is so gay already.
Okay.
I mean, have you seen The Fits? We'd be like, look how gay this is, and then send each other a reference photo.
And are you telling me, with a straight face, that C-3PO is straight?
They're a couple. That's what I think. But this is more outward.
I think
Ruining my
it's canon that R2-D2 is a lesbian.
Oh,
Ooh.
interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
Ask Filoni. Okay.
Ask Filoni.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, talk to Filoni.
Oh, boy. There was a study, or a poll a couple of weeks ago that said 71% of Americans want Disney just to go back to family-friendly, wholesome entertainment production. And I'll go on record right now. I will be I take this. When does this come out? Do we know the release date?
June. I think it's out already.
This
June 4th,
weekend, or it came out a couple days ago.
Yeah.
So I'll just tell you right now, my guess is this will bomb. This will absolutely tank, like everything that Disney touches that adds in any of the social elements that most Americans are like, cool, but not for me in this setting, won't work. And I'm not a Star Wars fan anyway, so
you're not?
No, I've never been a Star Wars or a Star Trek fan. I'm not a sci-fi person, really. Yeah, I know I'm in the minority on that, so feel free to rip away.
We love Star Wars. To me, I don't really care. Why do we need to know somebody's
it's
whole gender?
This is the
like
gayest Star Wars. Yeah.
We're talking about robots, by the way.
And by the way, Leia kissed Luke in Empire Strikes Back, and they're brother and sister.
Yeah,
So
there's
the whole
that.
thing is weird anyway.
So, Stock, are you going to go see this?
No, I look. I like Star Wars. I like the old Star Wars. I watch the newer movies, but all of these series that have come out, The Mandalorian and stuff like that on Disney Plus.
Mm-hmm.
I watched maybe the first season of The Mandalorian, but I'm like you. I'm kind of over the whole thing. Like they're fine, but
all the Mandalorian stuff, I think they're good. We've watched all those.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just my time is so precious that I don't know if I am watching if the 45 minutes I get to watch TV, if I am devoting it to that.
Gotcha.
I'd much rather devote it to Who Killed WCW on Vice TV.
Okay. Have you guys?
That's for you, Nick.
Yeah, I know it is.
Have you guys seen Tires, the new Shane Gillis comedy series?
It's off to a great start, right?
It is hysterical.
Yeah, I've heard it's got great reviews.
It's politically incorrect, but it is just funny.
He's back. His redemption. I mean, after being canceled, we talked about it a lot. Remember that SNL brought him back after canning him? It's good.
It's on Netflix.
Yep.
We love it.
Yeah. I'm actually getting ready to watch. It's a 6-part series. I think it's on Hulu and FX. It's called Clipped.
It looks great.
Yeah.
You texted me.
Called what?
Clipped. You remember 10 years ago, the Clippers owner, Donald Sterling, he was basically labeled a racist, and he was.
Yeah, I was going to say he was a racist.
Yeah, and Adam Silver came in as the new commissioner of the WNBA and forced him to sell his franchise. So it's a 6-part series, and Doc Rivers, our former coach with the Sixers here, was the coach of the Clippers at the time. And he's played by Lawrence Fishburne, and guess who plays Donald Sterling, the old owner for the Clippers? Why, that would be Ed O'Neill, a.k.a. Married with Children, Al Bundy, and Modern Family.
When you texted me that, I looked up the trailer for it, and it does look good.
It looks really good.
I'm definitely going to.
Yeah. Of course, I don't have Hulu, so now I got to sign up for something else.
You don't have Hulu?
No.
I'll give you my password.
All right, thank you.
Well, the Shane Gillis series has a local angle to it because it is Valley Forge Auto.
Oh.
Based on, so it's all because he's from Pennsylvania.
Yep.
So it's kind of funny. They're like, hey, we're calling the Wayne office, or we're calling, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
But it's raunchy.
Yeah.
It's politically incorrect.
It's right up my alleyway.
No, seriously, it's laugh out loud funny.
You said that's Netflix?
Yeah.
All right.
It's totally inappropriate. I love it. You're gonna love it.
One more from TikTok, and then we'll get on to more serious stuff. I mean, we won't, because I don't really have any serious stuff here. But this trans activist claims that LGBTQ people live in a different perception of time than everyone else.
Okay.
Because typical milestones cater to cis and heterosexual people.
Right.
So they live in a different universe, basically, is what she's saying.
Well, it confirms everything I've ever said.
Come on. She's telling. Okay.
They're saying the quiet part out loud now.
Cut 3, Phil, go.
Did you know that queer and trans people actually experience time completely differently to cishet people?
Cishet.
It's a concept called queer temporality, and it basically has to do with the fact that historically, as queer and trans people, our lives have started much later, and for a whole bunch of reasons, ended earlier than our cishet counterparts. So as a result, our experience of time is compressed. It also has to do with the fact that those milestones that we've been socialized to use to mark the passage of time, so things like marriage or having children or, working, retiring, inheritance, things like that, haven't been accessible to us. And that linear timeline has a name, heterochronology. And as queer and trans people, our experience of time often sits outside that. Basically, it's super interesting, and I'm going to be unpacking it more this week on the podcast. So listen in wherever you like to do that.
Wow.
I know what mental illness looks like.
Thank you.
You know, when people come at me for, only having a community college degree, I'm glad that I didn't study stuff like this, because it's nonsense.
Yeah.
It's all nonsense. At least I'm using my craft.
So their time is different. So for 60 minutes for me, is that more like 48 minutes for them?
I don't know.
Do the laws of physics cease to exist on your stovetop? Are those magic grits? Do you cook your grits quicker than the average Southerner? God almighty. What are we listening to? If this really is a phase, as the studies show, I'm looking forward to this thing just phasing out.
But what's the point of this person? Is this person trying to get extra time for something, for their job, or delaying going to work? There's a motivation in having to say this.
Yeah, it's living in an altered universe and a distorted reality.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
This clip went viral yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw it. This was News Nation's Kelly Meyer. She's in the middle of doing a live shot, and a bird lands on her head. It's pretty funny. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to see this, video and all the videos that we're playing, please, if you're watching right now, please hit the subscribe button and hit the like button. Do that right now, please. Okay, this is cut 15. Phil, go. Get ready for a live shot. There's the bird right on her head. Oh,
oh, she's under attack. Ooh. Did he poop on me?
Yes. Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Well, she's
Okay.
cute.
It's a bird.
The bird was like, no more fake news.
Yeah. It's a sign. It's a sign from God.
There you go. Get ready for a shot.
Do you guys have any live broadcasting snafu moments? I have two to come to mind. I never had a bird come on me, but I've spilled. Well, land on me. I'm sorry. Jeez, God, Greg.
Know your load.
Exactly. I've spilled my coffee live on the air on a video stream here on YouTube. I've knocked my coffee mug over. I've also, in my old days doing sports when there was no video, I was standing up doing a rant and literally holding the microphone. You know how like Zioli will be standing up doing the show?
Yeah.
And then I went to sit back down and pull the handle down with me on the mic, and I must have missed the chair because I fell straight on my tuchus.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, and it hurt like hell too. And I had a co-host back then. He was crying for about 8 minutes straight.
Do you have any live news?
Oh my gosh, I have blooper reel. I have the Christmas reel I made so many years, but probably the funniest one, which is being earlier in my career as a news reporter, and there was a serial rapist, and so I'm in front of the police station and I'm saying, and right now victims are on their way here to police headquarters, to the Roundhouse, to take a look and see if they can pick. The suspect's name was Harry Cox, C-O-X.
Yes.
To see if they can pick Harry Cox out of a lineup. And I was dead serious.
Poor
Never
Harry.
got it.
Harry.
And all the cops and the detectives were howling. I'm like, what's so funny?
Can I ask you a question? If you're the parents and you know your last name is C-O-X.
Yeah.
Are you naming your child Harry?
That's a bad job out of the parents.
Harold?
Was it intentional?
Maybe Harold was a family name.
But come on.
Dusty.
What if it's Richard?
I'm just saying that
Richard
that
Bender?
was a giant rib by the parents.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Absolutely.
So blame the parents
Yeah.
for making him become a rapist, Harry Cox.
I'll never forget there was an episode of Inside the NFL on Showtime about 15 years ago. This was back when Aaron Hernandez was with the Patriots, the murderer who killed himself in jail. And the Patriots had a running back by the name of Danny Woodhead.
Yeah.
And Joe Theismann, Deion Sanders, Michael Irvin, a couple other guys were doing this Inside the NFL show on Showtime. And Joe Theismann is trying to talk about Danny Woodhead, and he called him Danny Woodcock. And the whole stage this is live on. They just lost their minds on TV laughing.
We knew, and I want to be careful too, because I don't know if there's if these people listen now, but we had a kid in our school named Harry Dickey, and. I'm just thinking to myself,
Poor kid.
yeah, exactly. If you're the parents,
Yeah.
do you just do that as like a joke?
Oh, that's the worst thing you could do.
The kid has to go through his life with these names.
I'd rather my parents abandon me at 7 years old and just ditch me than have to go through life with that name. That's where you go through like the name change process, right? You legally have to go change your name.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Fox News' Bill Maloogian was back at the southern border yesterday.
Back? He never left.
I was just gonna say he lives there with his great hair. This clip was making the rounds. There's a short clip of it, but I want you guys to watch the actual report of this, because he's at the southern border in California, and he says that we almost never see any Mexicans or Central Americans crossing illegally. Mm-hmm. It's always people from Jordan, China, the Middle East,
and Asia. Yep.
Like, what is happening?
I mentioned this yesterday.
I want to make sure that people get the full context of what is actually happening and who these people are that are coming across our border. Mm-hmm. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
What makes this San Diego sector where we are so unique is we almost never see any Mexicans or Central Americans crossing illegally out here. It's always people coming from the other side of the world. Case in point, take a look at this video we shot last night. We were out here as President Biden's executive order was taking effect around sunset local time. Came across this group of predominantly Chinese and Vietnamese nationals being arrested by Border Patrol after crossing illegally. They were simply processed as this executive order was taking effect. It's been business as usual out here. Haven't really seen any big change one way or the other. We'll show you what we saw earlier in the afternoon. Take a look at this video, Harris. This was a bunch of guys from the Middle East crossing illegally in a much bigger group. Several of them, those special interest aliens, meaning they are coming from countries that have potential national security or terror concerns, and they're supposed to get additional DHS vetting. We caught up with several guys from Egypt, Jordan, and Turkey. Take a listen.
Jordan.
Yeah.
Jordan.
Yeah.
Why'd you come to Egypt? Why'd you come to America?
For a job.
For a job?
Yeah.
You know it's illegal to cross the border like this, right?
Yeah.
You don't care?
Yes, I'm okay.
Hi guys, where are you guys from?
Egypt.
What country? Egypt?
Egypt.
Where are you from? What country?
I am from Turkey.
Turkey?
Yeah.
All Turkey?
Yeah. I love you.
Where are you from?
From Egypt.
Egypt. Okay. Egypt.
And Harris, you heard that Jordanian man there tell me he's not here for asylum. He came here to work. He knows he did it illegally, and he doesn't care that he broke the law. There's not a fear of consequences. Well, to that point, we just got some new data leaked to us from our CBP contacts, which shows that here in this San Diego sector, since October 1st, the current release rate for illegal immigrants here is 78%. That means almost 8 out of 10 people crossing illegally in this sector are released into the United States.
Oh my God!
I did the big take yesterday on Biden with the border situation, and right around 6:40, I said, "Remember, we were told that this was supposed to be families from Mexico seeking asylum, fearing for their lives, husband, wife, children, young toddlers. It's all grown men."
Yep.
And there's the national security risk. They're coming from countries that are on terror watch lists. It's a disgrace. 4 out of every 5 that come here. Think about that. You have an 80%. If I told you right now, to everybody listening, you have an 80% chance right now of breaking the law and not facing any consequences. Some of you might actually go ahead and do it, right?
Yep.
It's a pretty good mathematical chance that you'll be A-okay.
Yep.
So you take that chance.
And, you know, if you're driving and you're listening and you didn't see the video, like, it's all youngerish men.
Yep. Just coming here for a job, right? Hope so.
We learned how to fly planes.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
We don't learn how to land them, but we learn how to fly them.
And very interesting, too, that once they cross and they're let go, they just ditch their IDs from where they're from.
Yep.
It's almost like they're seeking a new identity and trying to, like, remain in stealth mode.
Here's the question. I'm no geography guy.
Well, neither's Joe Biden. He mixes up Egypt with Mexico.
But, like, when you're crossing into Yuma, California, I would assume the border there is Mexico, right?
Yes.
How are the people from the Middle East getting to Mexico?
They drove.
Got you. Okay.
Right. Road trip.
Road trip.
Or China.
They rented a UV.
Vietnam. How are they that's my question.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like why are they coming in from Mexico?
Well, you've seen it at the Florida port of entry where they're coming on boats.
Yeah.
So
sad. The whole thing is sad, guys.
15 million.
Well, remember early this year, late last year, the FBI came out with saying that their terrorist watch list grew to 2 million plus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, so this situation is imminent.
Well, don't worry. For those that are coming from those nations, they've done extra vetting at the border, as Bill said. And also you can download the CBP port app on your phone. My God.
Baltimore County, Maryland, is a sanctuary jurisdiction where, according to this Fox 45 news report out of Maryland, officials ignore nearly 70% of ICE detainer requests. The county allegedly doesn't even keep track of the crimes committed by illegals with detainers against them. This is cut 10. Phil, go.
Illegal immigrant is charged with a crime. ICE will usually file a detainer with local police, asking them to keep the defendant incarcerated until federal officials can take them into custody. However, our investigation revealed Baltimore County ignored about 70% of those detainers between October of 2022 and September of 2023.
Like several other Maryland counties, Baltimore County is a sanctuary jurisdiction.
The county's field manual prohibits officers from detaining or arresting someone on the basis of an immigrant warrant or even the suspicion of immigration violations. The department claims it contacts ICE when they become aware of an active detainer against a person in custody, but maintains it will not hold anyone without a lawful basis. In addition to rejecting most detainers, Baltimore County does not keep track of the crimes allegedly committed by illegal immigrants who have detainers against them.
Yeah, why would they?
In a letter to Fox 45 News, Baltimore County police say that information about ICE detainers is captured in the arrest narrative portion of police reports and, as a result, is not searchable. We reached out to County Executive Johnny Olszewski for comment, and so far we have not yet heard back.
Boy, Baltimore seems like a real great, safe place to live, doesn't it? That's on my short list of relocation destinations. Good God. That's why when you hear things like Trump talk, when Trump talks about law and order, he was on with Hannity last night talking about, all the crime and the lawlessness in this country. It's not just hyperbole and rhetoric. It's true. I mean, and everybody knows whether they're a citizen in this country committing crimes domestically or if you're somebody coming here illegally. Everybody knows that you could just get away with anything.
This ties in. The reason I played those two back to back, this ties in with the Fox News report where they're basically, these people coming in are basically laughing at us.
Yeah.
Bill Malutian says, do you know it's illegal? He goes, yeah, of course I do. Yeah, of course.
Who cares?
It doesn't matter.
And Bill Malutian has interviewed people who've said, hey, I'm a good guy.
Yep.
I'm just coming here for work. But basically, people have been saying, you guys should have more security because there are some bad people coming over here.
Yeah.
So even those coming here for work are raising the concerns.
Yeah.
It's just, oh my gosh.
Well, and then you have people
Crazy.
on the left that are saying, well, this is an innocent person. He has the right. No, he doesn't have the right to break the law. No, he doesn't. I don't care if he's here to open up a church or a nonprofit. Do it legally. Get in line, do the documents, wait your turn, and then you get in.
Kudos to the New York Post and the reporter from the New York Post who is keeping her eye and her reporting on what's happening at Boeing. We've kind of mentioned this a lot over the last couple of months where whistleblowers come out and then they die. Literally,
Yeah.
And they die because of safety concerns from Boeing. 2 more whistleblowers go public over the plane safety.
Are we taking dates on when they're dead?
Saying, and I quote, it's like a ticking time bomb. This is the report from, summer. We're in a traveling season. There's going to be a lot of people flying. So I think that, they're doing a good job coming out now. But here's the report from the New York Post. This is cut 13. Phil, go.
If you've been following the crisis at Boeing, this once fantastic all-American iconic company, you know that they've been dogged by congressional investigations and whistleblower testimony for the last few years. There have been a lot of big scandals, including 2 huge crashes of 2 737 MAXs in 2018 and 2019, which killed hundreds of people. In January, an Alaskan Airlines Boeing jetliner, the panel blew out. It was amazing. Nobody was killed. And whistleblowers have been coming forward. But there's been a twist, of course, that 2 whistleblowers within 2 months this past year died under what people thought were mysterious circumstances. John Barnett died of suicide, and Josh Dean, who was a much younger man in his 40s, died of a mysterious fast-acting illness. And a lot of conspiracy theories swirled around these 2 deaths. And the attorney for these 2 whistleblowers, who represents up to 15 other whistleblowers, told me, I'm worried that people will become scared to come forward. Well, what I found out in my story today is they're not afraid to come forward. In fact, Brian Knowles, the South Carolina lawyer who is managing a lot of these, representing a lot of these whistleblowers, told me he got dozens more people coming forward that he has to vet. In the meantime, meantime, there were two other new whistleblowers who are coming forward right now, a guy named Roy Irvin, who worked at Boeing for a long time, and a man named Santiago Paredes, who worked for Boeing's sister supplier, Spirit Aerosystems. And, to talk to these two men, it's really frightening. Their only goal, as far as I can see, is to make sure Boeing planes don't crash. They both were quality inspectors for Boeing and for Spirit. And what they told me was they were both inspectors like at the end of the line. The planes came to them after they were in the factory and supposedly everything had checked out. They were like just the final line before the planes got shipped to fly. And both of them told me unbelievable defects they saw literally every day. Fasteners that weren't fast, clamps that were missing, dents. And both of them told me that when they brought this up, they were basically told to shut up. In one case, in Santiago Paredes' case, he was demoted. In Roy Irvin's case, he said he was forced to be insubordinate by what he saw, and he eventually left. They both spoke about a fairly intimidating, quasi-retaliatory atmosphere, but they said, we don't care. They both told me that they were aware of the conspiracy theories around the deaths of John Barnett and Josh Dean, but they were not afraid. Even though Santiago Paredes told me that he does actually sort of literally look over his shoulder and make sure he's not being followed, you can kind of understand that paranoia. Roy Irvin said he's not afraid. He also said, and this is not a story about conspiracy theories, he said he did not really totally buy the reported suicide of John Barnett. He said he knew him well. He was adamant about testifying about Boeing. He was in the middle of his testimony when he shot himself. However, Charleston, South Carolina police have closed that case and definitively labeled it a suicide.
Definitively.
So again, case
Nothing to
closed.
see here.
Both these men, I think, are pretty brave in coming forward. When I went to Boeing PR and I said to them, all these whistleblowers do not seem to be disgruntled ex-employees. They seem to be real all-American, almost like 1950s types of men and women that, again, just want to be sure these planes are safe. And Boeing just gets back to me and says, we welcome people speaking out. We don't retaliate. They didn't comment on why there are so many people saying there are so many defects in these planes. But all I can say is hold on to your hat, because I think there's going to be a lot more whistleblowers in Boeing's future.
All right, so I've got Roy dead on August 7th, found in a dumpster, and Santiago in July, mysterious drowning incident in his pool. Was not suicidal. People said he was a jovial spirit. Yeah, these are all totally coordinated. There's no doubt in my mind. I don't think these are just coincident. But I've said this in the past. I tend to believe a majority of whistleblowers because I don't feel like they have really anything to gain. They're not out there seeking fame and fortune. They are pretty much just blowing the lid off of corruption and scandal, and they have everything to lose. They're risking so much, and I just don't believe that those two. What was the other guy? Random illness? I mean, come on, man.
A random illness that took him out.
I think I might rent a Winnebago this year instead of flying. Do the Clintons have an alibi? Where was Hillary? That being said, you have to ask yourself what really is going on with Boeing. Is this them just being cheap and not fixing things? Is this lack of qualified, skilled technicians? Have they gone down the DEI hire approach of checking off boxes and lowering the quality of their work? A lot of that is obviously very much in play, I think. But I would also wonder, when you look at Boeing, and we all fly different airliners, right? From Delta to United to the cheap ones like Frontier and Allegiant and Spirit and Southwest. I want to know what percentage of actual flights are Boeing brand planes. I think that's a question Americans should be pondering.
Yeah. Remember the Michigan man who went viral for tuning into a court while driving?
Oh, the guy just last week.
Yeah, he zoomed in. He's been arrested again as his case takes another turn. Initially, it was thought, and this is Corey Harris, that he was driving on a suspended license. Then it was believed that there was a clerical error and that his license wasn't actually suspended. Now it has been revealed that Harris never had a Michigan license in the first place.
Wow. Why would you?
What?
Remember the judge's face?
Yes.
Are you on Zoom while you're driving?
We go back to that judge as he's standing in court with his lawyer. You guys have to see this video. This man is, first of all, he's walking with a cane. I don't know if he has the diabetes or something.
Well, remember he claimed he was going to his doctor's appointment.
That's right. So apparently he never had a Michigan license in the first place. This is cut 18, Phil. Go.
I'll consider that withdrawn given the substitution and you have an appearance.
Let me make it very clear, based upon what the court looked at, he has never had a Michigan license, ever, and has never had a license in the other 49 states and commonwealths that form up this great union. He has never had a license.
But how do we go forward? And that's why I'm here to sort of minimize. You okay?
He put his head down.
Can he did get into an accident. May he sit down? May he please, Your Honor?
Oh, he's going to pass out now. Oh, here we go.
Also doing this is because I think he was warned and released, didn't take care of it. And secondly, this has been out there for 9 years.
Well, I did not know about it, Your Honor.
Oh, there he goes.
There's no doubt in my mind that that's true. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
We'll see you in August.
Okay, thank you.
Is remanded on the Allen Park.
We'll see you in August.
He gets up.
I'm assuming that's a public defender.
Oh, my God.
Look at this. What a disaster.
There you go.
Yeah, that guy should be in the joint. I mean, come on, man. Like, he didn't even have a license the whole time? And then we got clerical people. Well, we're going to suspend his license. How do you suspend something that you don't have?
Yeah.
We're just overloaded with buffoons today.
All right, guys, that's what I got.
Great stuff. 855-839-1210. Let me grab Corey before we wrap here. Corey, you're in Collegeville. Well, you already know that, but the audience doesn't. But now they do. Corey, good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're great.
It's funny because you were talking about how are all of these immigrants coming over from all these different countries.
Yeah.
If you look at Eagle Pass and you look at Nogales and Mexicali, like all these different border towns in California and in Arizona, they're all just these desolate towns that you would kind of imagine being on a border town. But when you go to Tijuana, there's an international airport, and they're showing that there's actual travel agencies that are showing these people how to come over to the airport. And that's why when you see these people coming over, they look like they just got out of the shower. I mean, they have brand new tracksuits on. They don't look like they've taken a journey through mainland Mexico and are all dusty and dirty and everything else. They look like they just came out of a shopping mall.
Yeah.
The airport in Tijuana is literally right over the border. So many people from the United States fly out of there to fly to like Cabo San Lucas and things like that because it's literally right there. So that's why a lot of these people look like they haven't even traveled that far. And that's why they're coming from all these different places. They're flying in from Jordan into the Tijuana International Airport and walking over the border. And we're allowing this to happen, which is absolute madness.
Yes, it is. It's complete insanity. That's great information, Corey. I appreciate that. I didn't realize that. And yeah, that's the other thing. And I've said this in the past, short of those few people that were crawling across razor wire or swimming across the river and these streams and things like that, they all look like they're in great shape.
Yeah.
They're not malnourished or anything.
Yeah.
God, what a time to be alive. All right, we'll come back, get to Dawn's Big Three, and then we've got court updates for Trump in both Georgia and Florida. Some good news for Donald Trump as we continue. Kayal and Company back after this.
The NBA Finals are here, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you the chance to win alongside the champions. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. You have the Boston Celtics and Dallas Mavericks. Game 1 starts tonight. You don't care about the game, let's be honest, unless you're a diehard basketball fan. So put a little money on the game. It makes watching it so much easier. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up. FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up. All you have to do is place a bet. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NBA. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekans.com.
Out here, in the middle of all these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. And sometimes, that's how it feels when you're going through tough times. Stress builds up, you have trouble sleeping, maybe your mind is racing and you just don't feel like yourself. So what do? We get help. Lots of people are struggling with their mental health. It's more common than you think. The good news is, there are people in our community who are here for us when times are tough. Sometimes, just talking to someone can make all the difference in the world, so we don't feel so alone. One thing you can do is visit loveyourmindtoday.org for simple steps you can take to find the right solution for you. Whether it's hearing stories about what other people are going through, or finding the resources we need to navigate the stresses in our lives. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Out here, in the middle of all these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. And sometimes, that's how it feels when you're going through tough times. Stress builds up, you have trouble sleeping, maybe your mind is racing and you just don't feel like yourself. So what do? We get help. Lots of people are struggling with their mental health. It's more common than you think. The good news is, there are people in our community who are here for us when times are tough. Sometimes, just talking to someone can make all the difference in the world, so we don't feel so alone. One thing you can do is visit loveyourmindtoday.org for simple steps you can take to find the right solution for you. Whether it's hearing stories about what other people are going through, or finding the resources we need to navigate the stresses in our lives. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Introducing the Honickman Center at Jefferson Health. Outpatient care designed by patients like you. Together, we're shaping the future of medicine, where advanced technology and comprehensive services ensure convenience and accessibility for all patients. Everything you need to simplify the complexity of care is available in one location. Uncompromising care delivered by world-class physicians. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Company. It is a Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. I hear it works really well around the border. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. Still ahead this morning, some updates with Trump in Georgia and Florida. Also, a Caitlin Clark update and the Washington Post in free fall. We'll give you some of those details as well. Yeah, I think we should do a live show. We should do a remote from the border.
You can
stay and you can just run the board from here. Yeah, we'll go down. We'll take a Winnebago. Conservative Tours maybe can sponsor it. We'll set up shop right where Bill Malugin is in Jacumba, California. We'll book Bill for a segment.
Do you hear what Nick's doing, Dawn? What he's doing is because he knows his family is coming up here.
That's right.
In 2 weeks.
Right. Preferably we do this remote in mid-June.
He is doing this so he can get away from his family when they come up here.
One last hurrah.
That's exactly what's happening.
And we can interview these people as they break the law and come across the border illegally. Yeah, sit down. Welcome to America. Why are you here? Job. Cool. What's your name? And we just have a conversation. Be fun. We get Dr. Jill down there. She can make up some tacos. Remember when she made that great comment?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
What a clown she is. Speaking of clowns, there's this video of Joe over in Normandy where it looks like he's up on the stage again and Jill's to his left and a few other important people to his right. And then he shakes a hand. And it looks like Joe's getting ready to sit down, except there's nowhere for him to sit. There's no chair behind him. So if you've seen that on social media in the last half hour, you've probably had a good laugh or two, or maybe you're just embarrassed for our country. 855-839-1210. Let's get to some of the news. It's time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 8, sponsored by Discover Lancaster. So number 1, J6 charges. Yes, we have news of 2 Pennsylvania men, the latest to be charged in the 2021 U.S. Capitol riot. 75-year-old Teague Scott of Northampton County, Pennsylvania, is accused of multiple incidents within the January 6 charges. So now facing this situation, his adult son is also charged in this. So January 6th, here we are on June the 6th, 2024.
Yeah.
And we're still hearing about the hunt for individuals who've been identified through video. They're still working on this.
And you said Northampton County,
Yes,
which
sir.
is a bellwether county, and it's also my hometown county. That's the Allentown, Bethlehem, Easton area.
And this gentleman was at once a NASCAR driver, celebrated here in Pennsylvania, retired now.
What's his name? Teague?
T-I-G-H-E, Teague Scott.
Teague Scott, a NASCAR driver. Doesn't ring a bell. Okay.
So.
Wow. 42 months later.
Yeah.
75-year-old.
Here we go.
Okay.
Number 2, this is from BMJ Public Health. There is a new COVID study alleging that COVID vaccines could be partly to blame for a rise in unprecedented excess deaths in the U.S. and other Western countries. So this is making international headlines, obviously, and this is in the 3 years since the pandemic. That's what they're talking about. So they were analyzing the mortality data from 47 Western countries, including obviously the USA, Australia, etc. These scientists from the Netherlands found that excess mortality has remained high since 2020, despite the widespread rollout of COVID vaccines and all the containment measures and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So this is looking through a British medical journal. That's where it's published, but the actual university researchers are including this. They're scientists from the Netherlands who are helping to look into this.
Okay.
And raising concerns. So they're looking at the study saying that in fact even in 2021, 2022, we saw 2 million deaths.
Wow.
And they're saying, why is this happening? So they're trying to look at the full scale of this as we zoom out post-pandemic and looking at things like strokes, acute coronary syndromes, and even brain hemorrhaging, trying to evaluate this and figure this out. Were these already high-risk individuals,
Mm-hmm.
which is a possibility? But they said it just seems that these incidents of these more these fatalities
Mm-hmm.
seem to spike.
100% safe and effective. By the way, if you missed Tony Bruno yesterday, he had some epic rants on COVID and Fauci and the vaccine. You can go back and get them on social media. We clipped them yesterday, and they went viral, to say the least.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, speaking of COVID and health issues, I just saw this last night. The World Health Organization, the WHO, warns that a new strain of the bird flu has jumped to humans with potential for high public health impact as a 59-year-old man in Mexico tested positive before dying from it. That was yesterday.
I know a woman whose dad died of avian bird flu like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It has been around. It is nothing new. I know that the concern right now is that they're testing positive in cattle or something.
Mm-hmm.
But this has been around. I'm not quite sure why they're, this gentleman, how he was exposed, because it could be he was outside and the news reporter and a bird pooped on his head. You know what I mean? Seriously.
Bird.
Take your shoes off before coming into the house. Wash your hands.
Yeah.
This avian bird flu is not something new. So I don't know.
Election season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's bingo.
Damn
I
allergies.
think. So number 3, I have to go to we've talked a lot about different animals, and showing up. We've talked about the fox. Yesterday we talked about the big spider they're parachuting in, these spiders that are venomous, as all spiders are. By the way, I was bitten twice yesterday.
By
working
what?
in the yard.
What?
My left hand, I put on my work gloves working in the yard, and there was a large wolf spider in the glove.
Uh-oh.
So it felt like somebody stabbed me in the hand.
Yeah.
And got me pretty good.
Oh, boy.
And then my right hand.
Aren't you concerned?
No, all spiders are venomous, but not, because they have to kill the fly or whatever. But unless it's a black widow
Mm-hmm.
or a brown recluse, you're fine. Actually, the hand that, I don't know if you can see it, like
show us on the camera.
right hand.
Show us the camera, yeah.
Oh, yeah, your hand. Is that swollen and red?
Yeah, that's my right hand because that
Wow.
is from yellow jackets in the yard.
Oh.
So I have to determine where they are.
You working in the yard again?
Yeah, I'm working in the yard again.
Why don't you put the boys to work?
I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful day yesterday.
Yeah, why don't you just sit inside, have an Arnold Palmer,
And
put your feet
Palmer.
up, just relax, watch Dana Perino, let the boys do the work.
No, don't watch. Stop watching all this crap.
I want you to take a load off, Dawn.
I want you outside.
Yeah.
That's actually a good.
Yeah, it's good exercise.
yeah.
Feels great. But the yellow jackets were out, so a lot of critters. What is going on? Maybe because the storm was coming in.
Yeah.
In this case, this was a black bear that actually this went viral. As I sent you guys.
I saw it last night. Yeah.
I mean, so the black bear, they captured they cornered the bear in the tree, then they shot it with the tranquilizer gun,
Yep.
and then you see it's a juvenile, so it's not a huge black bear. You see it drop, boom, into the tarp.
Yep.
And they did a good job as far as they say the bear is fine, but was in the neighborhood there. It was Camp Hill neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. Reminds me of the episode of Married with
Here we go.
Children when Al and his father-in-law, Peggy's father, go hunting in the woods and they get a bear.
Yeah, nobody knows what we're talking about.
Yes.
Cleet writes, Dawn is one tough broad. Wolf spiders, while not deadly, are fearsome looking.
They are fearsome looking, but it hurts when they bite you.
Yeah.
But if you look at my left hand, fine. My right hand, where the yellow jacket, maybe 1 or 2 got me.
Mm-hmm.
I can hardly type, this morning. It's so swollen.
My wife is dealing with the cicadas down in Tennessee. They're out in full force this summer.
Well, they
And
don't
are-
bother you, though.
No,
They're
but
just
they're
loud.
But they are loud as hell.
Yeah.
And you go out on your back deck, and my wife will FaceTime me or my kids will, and all I hear is. I'm like, oh my God! Would you go inside? And then you can hear them inside too.
They need some cicada killers down there. They can have the ones that were in my backyard.
We should just send Dawn down to Tennessee and fumigate.
Well, here's what your wife has to watch.
Uh-oh.
So the wildlife experts will tell you that cicadas are like candy to most critters.
Oh.
So the thing you have to watch is snakes, possibly poisonous snakes, right? Anything. They love these things. So when the cicadas are out, look for animals that wouldn't normally be maybe in your yard or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
like a
well, it's
buffet.
like crack. You know what I mean? They're crazy for eating the cicadas because they're delicious to them.
Yeah.
So that's really what you have to watch out for.
Yeah, you eat those cicadas every 20 minutes. See what I did there?
I did. Hey, Discover Lancaster sponsoring our Big Three. Adventure awaits you in Lancaster County. Experience the thrill of kayaking and hiking. This is amazing. Explore the scenic waterways, conquer the rugged trails, discover the beauty of nature. Visit discoverlancaster.com. Plan your trip today. Thank you, Discover Lancaster, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Budget Blinds. Summer is a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. We will get to some court updates with Trump to kick off the 9 o'clock hour, but just to wrap up here for the next 2 minutes or so. So you mentioned earlier the VP conversation starting to heat up with Trump. Axios has officially reported that Trump has requested the financial documents and other documents from 8 potential VP picks as he formalizes his vetting process. The contenders in no particular order, and I believe Greg mentioned this earlier with 2 noticeable omissions being Ron DeSantis and Tulsi Gabbard. But your 8 official contenders, according to the paperwork, are J.D. Vance, Doug Burgum, Marco Rubio, Tim Scott, Ben Carson, Byron Donalds, Elise Stefanik, the only female on the list of 8, and then Tom Cotton, who has emerged, senator from Arkansas. About a week or so ago, his name started being floated out there a little bit. But it'll be interesting to see. I think you can probably go through some of these names and scratch off a few right off the top. I think Ben Carson's got absolutely no shot. But then after that, guys like Vance have a lot of momentum, it seems like. Rubio's always in the conversation. Tim Scott, always in the conversation. I've got to imagine if Elise Stefanik's the only female, I wonder how much of the grilling of Harvard came into play. Sure. I also think, if Trump, this is his belief, Trump believes he can win New York. So maybe the connection with Elise Stefanik being a New Yorker, maybe that's why she's atop the list. So my female wish list was Tulsi Gabbard. Dawn, I know you're a big Sarah Huckabee Sanders fan, but it looks like we will not get our wish either way there when it comes to females.
Also, we don't know how truthful these, this new report is. They could be doing a big fake. But at the end of the day, does it, it's fun to speculate and talk about, but do you think it matters?
I heard it,
who he picks?
I can't claim this to be my take. I heard this, I forget where I heard this yesterday or saw it. But if working against Joe is Kamala Harris, does then all of a sudden there might be some people that say I can't vote for Joe because it's quite possible that the man dies at some point in his second term, and that would elevate.
Possible. I mean, it's almost a guarantee.
Well, you're probably right. I would say it's probably better than 50-50. But then it's I can't do that because, my God, Kamala Harris would be elevated. So then does Trump's VP come into play and matter, especially when we talk about VP debates? Could you imagine Elise Stefanik against Kamala Harris in a debate?
Oh, she'd crush her.
It would be a crush job. Mm-hmm. So I thought that was kind of interesting with... We say it doesn't matter, but, Kamala Harris is polling lower than Joe, which is hard to do.
He has to consider Tulsi Gabbard. I
agree.
I know everybody's like, I'm telling you, that is a winning VP for him. I'm telling you it is.
I like her.
I'm telling you that is. She can speak on the abortion issue, which is his Achilles heel. And you know what I mean? And she would debate. Think about her, Dawn, you remember this. Think about her debating Kamala Harris in one of the primary things. She smoked her. She called her out for being wrong on everything, and Kamala went after her for being a Russian asset or something like that. It was this whole back and forth. Those two going at it would be amazing. Amazing.
The problem is you still are on the GOP platform, and to have somebody who's a heartbeat away from the presidency, who just yesterday, being sarcastic, but just yesterday was a Democrat. I just think for the GOP platform and for,
that's what they need, though.
Mainstream Republicans, I
that's
just
what
don't
they
know
need.
that they'd ever allow that.
That's what they need. They need somebody who used to be a Democrat. I'm telling you, it's a winning strategy for Trump if the VP matters.
855-839-1210. We will come back, get to some Trump updates in court on the other side, as well as the Washington Post in free fall. And what's the solution? More diversity hires. Back after this.
Goodness. Hey, maybe you're not able to enjoy the summer weather, get out, work in the yard like I was working out in the yard yesterday, going for a jog, maybe heading down the shore, or what about the golf course? Your joint pain, is it really keeping you from doing everything you love to do? This is the best time for being outdoors, but certainly not if your knees or your shoulders, your aching back, your hips. Are you hurting? Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here, thanks to QC Kinetics. Yeah, just call my friends at QC Kinetics. Do this today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, and I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair your damaged joint tissue so you can do everything you love to do pain-free. You're going to feel so good. QC Kinetics is under the leader of former orthopedic surgeon. He's Dr. Mitchell Shinecup. Look him up, a true pioneer in regenerative medicine. They have advanced protocols and really enabling tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. You got to do this too. Stop putting it off. Get it on the calendar. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Would you just call 215-999-3000? Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Smokey the Bear. After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season and style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You should have been gone, knowing how I made you feel, and I should have been gone after all your words of steel. Oh, I must have been a dreamer.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:01 as we continue fourth and final hour. Live here on this Thursday morning, D-Day, 80th anniversary. Just read during the commercial break, the New York Post with a story, one of the heroic veterans, 102 years old, passed away traveling over to Normandy, France for today.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine that?
Man.
Unbelievable. As Joe Biden is over there as well, honoring World War II heroes. I was just reading also how apparently he took a swipe at Putin, and if you recall, Russia was, on our side that day. So there you go. Joe doing Joe things, looking around. I'm sure this will be some of those moments where, once again, Joe is, he's standing there, but, the engine's running, but there's nobody behind the wheel. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. The 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Philadelphia 100, calling all entrepreneurs. Distinguish your company as one of the fastest growing in the region by applying for the 2024 Philadelphia 100 Award. Take the first step in joining this elite group of businesses. You can apply today at philly100.org. All right, so some good stuff yesterday if you are in the Trump administration or if you are a part of Trump's legal team, and of course you are Donald Trump himself. First of all, in Georgia, I saw this yesterday. Both of these came down late in the afternoon, right before dinner. This one courtesy of the Associated Press, as the appeals court in Trump's Georgia case halts the case during the appeal of the order allowing Fani Willis to stay on the case. And I'm reading directly from the AP News website. An appeals court has halted the Georgia election interference case against former President Donald Trump and others while it reviews the lower court judge's ruling allowing Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis to remain on the case. The Georgia Court of Appeals order on Wednesday prevents Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee from moving forward with pretrial motions as he had planned while the appeal is pending. While it was already unlikely that the case would go to trial before the November general election, when Trump is expected to be the nominee, this makes it even more certain. The appeals court on Monday docketed the appeals filed by Trump and 8 others and said that, quote, if oral argument is requested and granted, it is tentatively scheduled for October 4th, which would just be a month and a day before the election. So that's pretty interesting on that front. And then the court would have until mid-March to rule, and the losing side obviously would be able to appeal to the Georgia Supreme Court. And then in Florida, with the classified documents case that Judge Eileen Cannon is presiding over, she is now considering whether Jack Smith's appointment as special counsel is valid. Judge Eileen Cannon yesterday, the judge presiding over Trump's classified documents case, is expanding court hearings to determine whether Jack Smith's appointment as special counsel is legally valid. The federal court is allowing 3 legal experts to make their cases on the complicating issue coming up on June 21st. So 2 weeks from tomorrow, that will occur. Trump's legal team is arguing, as we know, Smith's appointment is illegal because he was not employed by the federal government when he was made the special counsel. Trump's attorney, Christopher Kayal, argued in a motion that Smith should be removed from the case. Quote, the appointments clause does not permit the attorney general to appoint, without Senate confirmation, a private citizen and like-minded political ally to wield the prosecutorial power of the United States. As such, Jack Smith lacks the authority to prosecute this action. As you know, Judge Eileen Cannon is a Trump-appointed judge, so for all the things that worked against him in New York with Judge Juan Merchan, things appear to be in more of a favorable position for him in Florida. So if you're looking ahead now, here we are 3 weeks away from the debate, and when these the first indictments and all this stuff started breaking early in the spring last year, in March of 2023 with the Alvin Bragg case, I don't know, and obviously these people knew that there would be appeals, but when we're talking about 4 different court cases, there's a very, very, very good chance at this point in time that the only one that ever started and finished, and even though technically Manhattan's finished, it's not finished because there's the appeals process, and a lot of people believe that this will be overturned in the appellate courts. We are going to get to the November 5th election with only 25% of the cases, even if you factor in the Manhattan one really not being finalized yet, having been completed before November 5th. And the goal probably was just to smear and make Trump a labeled convicted felon. But now, if you're keeping track, Georgia has been delayed. Fani Willis still could be disqualified. I don't think she will be. No. I think she should, but I don't think she will be.
We went through that now.
Yeah. And you have Jack Smith, and now his appointment is in question. And, of course, in the classified documents case, we're talking about presidential immunity. And, we could get to the point where the Manhattan guilty verdict goes all the way up to SCOTUS. But one thing that I think did go under the radar in the last couple of days, because I think a lot of the attention in the Wall Street Journal has been focused on Joe and his decline. There's another story, and I believe it was the front page of the Wall Street Journal yesterday, where Joe Biden is on tape, and they have the tapes of Joe Biden talking about retaining classified documents while he was no longer even the vice president, which again, as vice president under Obama from 2008 to 2016, he had no right to retain those. So in 2017, as Trump becomes president and Obama is out of office, and Joe Biden is just, your average civilian and citizen in this country, those tapes of Joe saying he's got classified documents, the fact that we don't have more people, I think, clamoring not only for these tapes to be released talking about Joe's cognitive decline, that, of course, Merrick Garland has come out and said we're not going to do that, and we played you that yesterday on the cut sheet. There should be more news coverage, in my opinion. And I'll rip Fox and Newsmax as well. Why are they not covering that? I don't know if that got lost in the news cycle, but that's an admission from Joe Biden on tape that he was in possession of documents that he had no right to be in possession of, which is a felony. And yet we're just I don't know, maybe it's a moot point because Robert Hirsch said, well, Joe's not really at a point in his life where he can stand trial for it. Remember, we talked about all of that. But to me, that's an important story that is going totally under the radar this week. And I have no idea how the news media has not talked about that story whatsoever. So just wanted to pass those
Just
along.
a nothing burger. Nothing to see here.
Right, but it's like I could see CNN, or I haven't seen Fox talk about it. I haven't even seen people that work for conservative media tweeting about this. This was the front page of the Wall Street Journal, and it's like it didn't exist. I have no idea why there's a media blackout on that, but that to me is staggering, especially considering where we are, where Joe is pretty much, it's open season right now on everything that Joe has failed to do, where he is physically, mentally, so forth and so on.
But I think it is a moot point because Herr has made his decision. He wrote the report. They can have whatever else they find.
Right.
It's not going to change anything.
Yeah. I guess not. Well, there you are. 855-839-1210 if you want to get in. Two other things that I wanted to pass along. I thought this story is interesting. I've said this in the past. I was a big fan of newspapers growing up as a kid, as a young adult, and probably up until the last 10 or 12 years. And then you start to get newspaper subscriptions digitally, and, they're basically giving away these publications. You get some of these newspapers for like $1.99 a month. And the Washington Post, we talk about legacy media and the decline of, the New York Times. You don't hear it as much with the Inquirer, although I've got to imagine that they're struggling as well.
Oh, they just posted
Are they doing good?
No, somebody just posted a couple days ago. Somebody posted a person who works there. They had a mandatory meeting, and they talked about their subscription rates. And the subscription rates are just even the Sunday Inquirer, which is supposed to be their big thing. I think at some point it was at 800,000, circulation. I think it's down to 50,000 or something.
Oh
like that.
my God!
Yeah, it's really, really, really bad.
Well, sorry. So they're in more dire straits than the Washington Post.
Yeah.
If you find that link, send that along. I want to read that.
But they're held up by the Lenfest Foundation.
Oh.
The Lenfest family here is such a generous family. I worked for one of the Lenfests doing a TV talk show after I left Fox.
So they're basically just bankrolled by that?
Yes, they're extremely generous, and so they donate. They've donated millions to hold up the Inquirer.
I mean, there was a time, 2004, 2008. I used to get 3 or 4 different newspapers Saturdays and Sundays. I'd get the New York Post. I'd get the Philadelphia Daily News. I grew up, my mom was in the newspaper industry, so I've always had an affinity for newspapers, and I like to physically read what I'm, reading. I like to hold it. I used to love the smell of the newspaper. I know I'm a weird guy. But the Washington Post is in total freefall. Maybe not to the extent now of the Inquirer, based on what Greg just showed us, but the Washington Post lost $77 million last year. And if I recall, Jeff Bezos, the CEO, the owner of Amazon, has bought the Washington Post, and they have lost half of its audience since 2020, and obviously they need to make some changes. Yet staffers at the Washington Post apparently have more pressing concerns than their own survival of their company, like diversity. This story is courtesy of Outkick. On Sunday night, Sally Busby apparently resigned abruptly as the executive editor of the newspaper, and a subsequent staff meeting the next day on Monday saw an uproar over her replacements. So Sally Busby leaves, and within 24 hours, they elevated 2 white men to take over the position. Post CEO and publisher Will Lewis told the staff it was time to take, quote, decisive, urgent action to set us on a different path. And apparently, according to this report from Outkick, a reporter then interrupted him and asked whether any women or people of color were interviewed and seriously considered for either of these positions. And according to Vanity Fair, I believe Vanity Fair is where this story originated in, the question elicited applause from other writers. And the report adds that staffers wanted, quote, things to stay how they were, with diversity and social justice at the core of the newsroom's operation. So you have people there that want the Washington Post, which is a dying publication, to maintain their position where, hey, by and large, what we do here is left-wing propaganda. And as we know, every time any company goes super left-wing, they shed viewers, they shed their audience, listeners, readers, subscribers. So what do you do when you're failing? You change it up. And that's probably what these 2 individuals that were elevated to be the head of the editorial department were probably going to do. And then, of course, the low-level functionaries, the staff writers, the people that make $50,000 a year to write X amount of columns and things like that and cover certain beats. No, we can't change it up. And what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. So, you know what? If you're the Washington Post, you're the Inquirer, you want to go down that road and you're bankrolled financially by some wealthy people and you can stay afloat that way, great. But to go from, like Greg just said with the Inquirer, 800,000 subscribers to 50,000, that's more than 50% according to my math.
I'm trying to find the actual numbers. It's hard to find on Twitter because it wasn't a news article. It was just somebody posting about it who was at the. Apparently, they had like some like mandatory meeting where they talked about subscription rates and all that stuff. By the way, Nick, Phil, can you pull up cut 19 in 1 second here? You mentioned this Joe Biden at remembering Normandy, and he was trying to sit down, right?
It looks like that.
Well, so I have the video.
Okay.
He's with that French imbecile, Macron.
Macron.
Yeah, what can I say?
You say whatever you want, sir.
Just the French in the World War II. Like we bailed your asses out.
Oui.
And Macron, in his speeches this week, has said that repeatedly.
People. They are horrendous people.
They're not.
Wave the white flag.
Important ally.
As our American men and women went over there and saved their asses.
Are they still labeled to be rude individuals?
France should be banned
from
D-Day, from this D-Day.
It's
remembrance.
in France. They're kind of.
I don't care.
Can't ban the home team, Gregory.
You can. I hate France. Okay. Not the point of this rant. It's just another reason for me to go off on France. So here's the video. Go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. Phil, if you want to run it right now, Nick, if you can describe it. He's kind of sitting.
Yeah, he shook somebody's hand on the right.
And
Jill's on the left. He looks like he's ready to grab a chair.
He does.
Right?
He does. Or poop his pants.
Is he tooting again with Putin?
That's his look.
Yeah.
His look on his face.
When he has to go?
He's like.
Can you just.
He's kind of like.
Phil, can you just run this on a loop?
Yeah. I don't see anything behind him.
No.
And Jill's not even aware that he's ready to fall over.
Is he reaching for a chair? Is he petting a fake dog?
Now, look right there. What is that a
He's
hand?
pooping. Think about a toddler.
Well, I was just going to say,
Right, freeze it right there.
He's totally pooping.
Is that a chair? Look, I see a black backing and an arm on the. It would be on your left of the view.
Yes,
and then
it is.
on the right, it would be Joe's right.
Yes, I see what you're saying. Is he trying?
Is that a wheelchair?
No, I think. No. Is he trying to move the chair up?
Look at Jill puts her hand over her mouth. What is she saying?
She's like, "Oh my God,
watch.
We're an international embarrassment." He's going again.
You guys, he just totally fooped.
He's tooting.
Come on.
He soiled himself.
He fooped. Because look at then. Is it Macron to his right? Who's to his?
That's Macron, yeah,
Macron.
and his.
So watch Macron's face because he smells it. Watch. Right there. Watch Jill now saying something.
Very appropriate, by the way, that Macron's wife or whoever that is next to him is in white.
Yes.
Because they wave the white flag.
Yeah.
Because they're cowards.
But you see, they totally smell it.
Yeah. And it's outdoors, so you know it's a strong one, too.
It's like, woo!
And everybody loves their own brand, right? I'm not going to lie. I like my own.
What is Jill saying? Like she's going, we can hear that.
Joey.
Because he can't hear it.
My wife's a Philly girl.
She's like, Joe, we can hear that. He's ripping one and he's fooping.
He's fooping?
Oh, my goodness.
He's fooping. Where's Sean Farish? Get him on the line. He's tooting with Putin.
Yeah, Sean, by the way, will be guest hosting tomorrow with you and Dawn.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Because I'm at Hofstra University tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah. Boy, how about that artsy people? Big Hofstra's bringing in the community college guy to speak.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Nick Kayal. Thank you.
They're bringing in the doer.
Yeah. Just can you imagine.
Well, that must be a hell of a commute going to Hofstra. Are you excited for that?
No, not at all. Not at all. And I'm going because I think I'm speaking at 11:40. So I'm going during rush hour. It's going to take me 6 years to get there.
Literally. Are they streaming it? I'll take it live during my show.
No, you're not taking it live.
Come on.
I want to.
We should do a stalker dashboard cam tomorrow.
Yeah, totally.
Phil, run that clip one more time, if you will. I want to see the. I just want to. This is going to be me as I'm like, oh, it's a long ride.
Look at Jill, that quote vindictive moron. That's a Hunter quote, not mine.
I just love.
Look, she's covering because they can lip read, see? And then look at the French president.
But here's the thing. If you've ever soiled yourself, wouldn't you rather just stand than sit in it?
Yeah.
He's like,
I've never done that, but, I mean, I don't know. I'd rather just let it drip down the leg.
Look at her. Joe, we can hear that.
What's the temperature over in
Well, I
Normandy?
had to go, honey.
Pepe writes. Kim writes, Pepe Le Pew. I just hate these.
Like, woo!
I hate the French. Good.
Yeah. We've established that.
I don't know why.
Macron.
Ugh.
Or didn't he call him Mitterrand? He
doesn't.
the past
he
French
doesn't,
press.
He doesn't know where he is.
You hate the French more than Al Bundy did. It's unbelievable. 855-839-1210. Let's get, we doing the clip here now? Or are we going to break? Or which one are we going to go first?
Why don't you take the call and we'll do the...
All right, let's grab Joe. He's in Blackwood. Joe, you go right ahead this morning.
Hey, guys, great show. Always enjoy your shows.
Thank you.
Listen, you brought that up. I think Joe just gave a new meaning for D-Day, Dump Day.
Oh, no.
Dump Day. Dump Day for Joe.
He thought D-Day meant dump day.
Dump Day. He's Dump Day.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you a little something about me, and I'll get off as quick as I can because I'm an old man. I like to talk. I probably in my life, I'm 81 years old. I probably in my life have voted 60% of the time for, all the way back to the Kennedy years, Democratic. One of these things these people got to wake up, this ain't the Democratic Party anymore, guys.
Yeah.
If you're a Democrat, you're not a Democrat anymore if you're voting for these clowns, because they are clowns. I happened to stumble across something on my phone the other day. It came on The View, which, God forbid, I hate to even use the word View. Their latest now, their latest that they came out with is they're getting fed information somewhere, probably from Bragg or one of those guys up there, that they're going to try to they convicted or thought they convicted Donald. They want to try to give him a year or less in jail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and the reasoning for that in their mind is if they go 6 months to a year, they can put him in Rikers. And they want to stick him in Rikers. That's where they want to put him. And the other thing they're working on behind the scenes, and this is, they're on TV now telling us this is what they're going to try to do. And they said they can do it. They're also going to try to get a Secret Service immune to protect him. If this is the people, these are typical modern-day Democrats now. If this is the type of people that this country wants to vote for, or you people out there feel you ought to vote for, God help us.
Joe, well said. I don't think he will serve any jail time. If you've listened to all the experts, these parole officers, probation officers, they're going to go through the screening. And, what the crime that he was convicted of typically does not result in jail time. So I think, you talk about Rikers Island. I think if you talk about, Democrats and wanting to have that moment of Trump in an uncomfortable spot, I think they'd rather see him cleaning up graffiti, right? Because they're going to say, oh, look at that guy owns all these buildings and all that net worth, and he's out there, cleaning up, a stop sign that's got graffiti on it. So I don't think that's going to happen. And obviously with the appeals process, there's a strong chance that it will be overturned. But I did see that clip from, I think it was Sonny Hostin that was floating that out there. Mrs. Legal degree from Notre Dame. All right.
Distinguished guests.
Oh, sorry.
I thought we might have had a little trailer there.
No.
Oh, was that a premature release?
It was a premature release, yes.
Morning Mystery movie clip?
And now, the Morning Mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, so you got kicked out of Harvard for cheating?
No, I got kicked out of Harvard for hitting him.
You hit him? What, like punched him out?
No, I hit him with a car.
You got kicked out of Harvard for hitting a guy with a car?
By accident. Pint of Jim Beam, please. But he broke 3 ribs, which was technically his fault because he shouldn't have been in the road. $2, please. Also, he himself. Was the greater indignity.
Here you go, killer.
Think you know what it is? Call at 12 at 855-839-1210 and you could win this great prize.
Today, another digital movie code to see the land of saints and sinners as Liam Neeson plays a retired hitman, Finbar Murphy, who finds peace in a quiet Irish town until terrorists force him back into action. From Goldwyn Films and Sony Pictures Home Entertainment, available to buy or rent on digital now. Rated R. Caller 12-855-839-1210.
By the way, I just wanted to follow up on what you guys, or what we were talking about, the Inquirer subscription rate. I found it.
Yeah.
Thank you to our director of sales for pointing me in the direction of where it was. Kudos to Kyle Scott, who used to run Crossing Broad.
Yeah, I know Kyle.
So, 20 years ago, the Sunday number, the Sunday subscription rate for the New York Times, or for the Philadelphia Inquirer, 690,000.
Okay.
This year, the Sunday Inquirer, 60,000. 60,000.
Oh my God, they've lost 630 of the 690,000 they had.
The Inquirer Daily, like the weekly subscription, 26,000. The Daily News, 3,000.
Oh my God.
I mean,
they've lost 91% of their base.
But is that even with their digital subscriptions?
I think it's just the hard paper.
Part of this is what's the digital subscription?
Yeah.
In their defense.
Agreed.
Can't imagine it's massive.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about a fringe group of people that read that. That's just amazing.
Yep.
All right. Coming up next, we'll get our winner for the movie clip. We've got Cut Sheet Part 2 and Caitlin Clark. The controversy continues as it's now gone to Congress. Back after this on Kayal and Company.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you, they create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
Indulge in an extraordinary dining experience at Del Frisco's Double Eagle Steakhouse. For intimate dinner parties to corporate events, the chef-driven cuisine, impeccable wines, and exceptional hospitality give you an experience like no other. Call 215-246-0533.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Something amazing is happening when power outages strike. Teams are powering through them.
That's because CDW Solutions architects are building more resilient IT and electrical infrastructures with Schneider Electric. With EcoCare remote monitoring services and 24/7 support, your organization can do more than keep the lights on. Schneider Electric and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/SchneiderElectric.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ken Beatty's playlist, baby. Retired Coast Guard, big donation to the Travis Manion Foundation. He gets one more day of the music. And then we're on to all Elvis all week next week. Good to have everybody in here on this Thursday. This segment brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. Summer is upon us, and there's no time like the present to get back out on the roads, especially with Boeing these days. And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles will help you find that luxury vehicle that you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo. Can I suggest the Stelvio? Nice vehicle. And more. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com or stop by in PA, New Jersey, or Delaware. And tell them that either Nick or Dawn sent you. 855-839-1210. A big three coming up here in just a few moments. But let's get Dave in Flowertown. He's the winner of our movie clip this morning. Dave, good morning. What movie did we just play for you?
Good morning, fellas. You played the clip from The Holdovers, and that was Paul Giamatti.
Yes, correct. Congratulations. You've got the digital movie download for The Land of Saints and Sinners, starring Liam Neeson.
Excellent. Right. I love listening to you guys. I bounce back and forth between you and WOR. I keep it all in the family.
Awesome.
Right.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Nice.
There we go.
That's all in Dawn's family, not all in the Odyssey family.
Right. Yeah.
The library station up in the
My
Apple.
family, you're
Yeah.
me familiar,
man.
you're familiar.
No, it's good. I don't care. You can bounce back and forth. It's all good.
There we go. All right, nice work.
We're way better.
All right, we'll get to cut sheet part 2. By the way, poll question is up and the video is up. If you missed this on YouTube, I've posted the video of Joe and the poll question is up. Did the big guy poop his pants?
Can you let me post the clip of us talking about it rather than some random thing, please? Please, can we promote the radio station and the radio show?
Can we check our work,
instead
please,
of
put it on the air
trying
and
to get
save it
and trying to get interaction on Twitter for some random video? Thank you.
I'm just trying to see if the audience agrees with our assessment with the poll question.
Well, then let me post the video of us discussing it.
Mom and Dad, quit fighting.
I'll delete it for you.
God.
Let me see. Delete post.
Just asking.
Let's see here.
Just please. Not everything needs to go on Twitter. This is the second something comes out, everything goes, oh, need to put it on Twitter. Need to put it on Twitter. Gotta put it on Twitter. Not everything needs to be on Twitter. Need to get interactions. Need to get views. Has to go on Twitter.
How do I tweet WOR?
Did you isolate that? Greg literally,
That's
when
why I
saying
stay-
Twitter, went.
That's
No,
why-
I didn't do that.
That's why I stay quiet so Jim can grab all this.
Yes.
He's over in the corner digging.
There is a marketing strategy to the show, to the station. And everybody just puts, Joe Blow says this, so let's retweet him. Great. Awesome. Thank you. Jesus. Can we just please? I'm just asking. It's the radio, like this radio station, this radio show, these radio shows are all our livelihood. I don't care what Colin Rugg or Benny Johnson tweets, okay? We don't need to retweet them.
Benny and the Jets.
How about Jack Posobiec?
Yeah.
I go down the list here. Who else triggers you? Let me see if I got it. Do I follow anybody that's French? Oh, man. We're going to miss you tomorrow. Have fun at Hofstra.
I know.
What time? He's speaking 11:45?
Yeah.
I'm going to find this.
We're going to leave at 7 a.m.
I'm going to start yelling at them.
You should just get a ride with Larry.
That's true.
Oh, my God. I'm crying. All right, we've got a big three, right?
Bree writes, oh, my God, Greg is on his period.
Here, let's give him some Midol.
Yeah, Dawn, help him out here. Throw our brother a bone.
All right.
Let's get to Dawn's big three.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9, sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. So, number 1 in our Big 3, we've got Boeing's space capsule developed more leaks. We got some leaks going on, and this time it's Boeing during its first test flight with astronauts as it closed in on the ISS yesterday. So this is the Starliner capsule. So yesterday morning, it was exciting. We carried a little bit of, as we talked about this, that it's pretty cool. This is basically a ferry, if you will, that they're going to ferry the astronauts back and forth to the ISS, the International Space Station.
Yeah.
So a huge success story. SpaceX obviously has been doing this and showing them up. So it was a big deal that they've tried to launch this, and the third time they did, the astronauts were aboard. The bad news here is that they had some small helium leaks.
No, they're staying on brand as a company. They haven't figured out how to get humans from point A to point B without cabins popping open. So now we're going to just try to master our ability in space. Why don't we just focus on this constellation?
Well, they said that this posed no danger at all to the astronauts on board, and they're dealing with it. But it's a partnership between NASA and Boeing and SpaceX, actually, to ferry the astronauts. But in this one, it's a good look for a success story, much needed if you were hearing what Nick was saying earlier this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, speaking of SpaceX, let's talk about Elon Musk and the Tesla board. Now they're facing this shareholder suit over his sale of $7.5 billion worth of Tesla shares in late 2022, ahead of the sales report that came out the following January that sent the price of the stock plunging.
Wow. My buddy just test drove the Tesla truck a few days ago. Starts at like $83,000, I think. He said that thing is like a rocket ship.
Really?
Yeah, he can't afford it, but he just wanted to try it.
I saw some guy. Where was he? Was he in Wildwood?
No,
I
this
saw some
was-
guy driving one in Wildwood Memorial Day weekend.
I think he's in the Lehigh Valley, but I think he said he went up to the Poconos to test it.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, now they have this major lawsuit going on. So they're claiming Musk profited from his misconduct and his exploitation of material and adverse inside information. So that's a piece of this suit that they have just filed. So we're following that one very carefully for you. And number 3, I always have trouble choosing the number 3 final. I will say this, that down the Jersey Shore, they are promising down the shore that they will not have any of these unruly utes. They have cracked down, and they vow, even despite Governor Phil Murphy and his AG, they're saying they are cracking down, which is why they were charging heavily that one teenager in the stabbing in Ocean City, New Jersey. So down the shore, local mayors, local leadership saying no more violence will be tolerated as we head into another beautiful shore weekend.
Good. I mean, these are all, vacation destinations, tourist spots. Why would you ever get soft on crime and allow your bottom line as a resort and beach community to be impacted by this? Makes no sense. They should never even reach this point, to be completely honest.
We are sponsored by Holland Floor Covering, the region's premier flooring dealer, family operated for more than 50 years now, providing exceptional service and professional installation. Just visit their 2 showrooms in either Wayne or Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more, hollandfloor.com. This is Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Quick break, and we'll come back and see if we can squeeze out or pinch off a cut or two before we find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show in about 20 minutes. Stay right there. We're back after this.
Got to talk about my friends from Piazza, because summer really does kick off the road trip season for so many of us. But do you know if your vehicle is really road trip ready? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to take care of you. And they always help to make sure you and your family are safe on the roads this summer. These service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle your regular maintenance needs, but also diagnose possible issues before they occur. So just schedule a service appointment online today. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, P-I-A-Z-Z-A, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com for that dealer nearest you across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. P-I-A-Z-Z-A, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Crash-proof consumer Joe Doherty of Maple Shade, New Jersey, has true security in retirement.
The main foundation of Crash Proof is that you maintain your capital investment. It's not prone to the vagaries of the market. You know that whether we have 2 crashes, 6 crashes, no matter how long you live, you know that your principal is safe and guaranteed. Anyone that has any doubts about whether their investments are going to fall or dip down and the troughs and the crashes and all the other vagaries of the market, I just recommend highly Crash Proof Retirement. Protect your capital, protect your investment.
Only Crash Proof Retirement can guarantee peace of mind in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, June 11th. The event is followed by complimentary dinner. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Imagine outpatient care where all your needs are met in one location. Jefferson Health's Honickman Center is where you'll discover nationally ranked specialty care and more, like patient ambassadors, imaging and lab services, a pharmacy, calming spaces, and valet parking. Designed by patients, for patients. Discover a new level of care, created with you in mind. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
Our lives aren't like they used to be. They're busier. Early morning Zooms, grabbing coffee to make that in-office meeting, getting to your kid's soccer game on time. Life is different, and so is advertising. To reach any audience, you need your message out there in all media, broadcast to streaming, on screens, and right to the ears of your customers. And that's what we do at Odyssey. Let's build a media campaign that targets the customers you know and want to reach more of, right here in our community. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Ad paid for by AG Marketing Group. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-866-7061. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-866-7061. The call is free, the consultation is free. Call 800-866-7061. That's 800-866-7061. Again, 800-866-7061.
Get slimmer for this summer without any shots. NJ Diet is nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. You will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully monitored the entire time, and you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations close by in Cherry Hill, King of Prussia, Princeton, and Newark, Delaware, or NJ Diet is available from home with live online video consultations. Lose the weight the natural way, quickly and safely. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer for the summer and without any shots. That's njdiet.com to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Go to njdiet.com and lose the weight for good.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.948, Kayal and Company, winding things down here on this Thursday morning dawn show in about 12 minutes. We'll find out what she has lined up in just a few moments. I think we have time to get to, what, at least the clip
Definitely
or so?
a clip. Definitely.
All right.
Yep.
Let's get to what's on the cut sheet, part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the cut sheet, part 2, sponsored by Discover Lancaster. Discover more of Lancaster. Head to Lancaster County this weekend with the family to enjoy the rides at Dutch Wonderland. It's a kingdom for kids, just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. I'm looking for something to do with my son this weekend. It's a great 90 minutes right down the turnpike. That's great. Visit discoverlancaster.com to plan your getaway now. Discoverlancaster.com. Okay, I'm going to play this really quickly. These shoppers at a store in Nashville. This is visual, so go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Nick, if you want to describe this. These shoppers at a store in Nashville, Tennessee, block a group of thieves after they attempt to loot the store until police arrive. So this group of Utes goes in, loots the store, and these citizens just block the door and don't let them leave.
Citizen containment.
This is cut 17, Phil, go.
These robbers are stuck inside the store.
Robbers.
They're stuck.
Robbers with masks on.
Hell no, boy. We need these people get prosecuted and get prosecuted the right way.
Looks like some colognes or perfumes.
Yep.
People recording on their phones. The security guard there. There's the guy with the security jacket on.
They're trying to open the back.
They're not going to do that.
They still
got
this. Getting out.
They got nowhere to go.
Man.
Hey.
Here they come, here they come, here they come. Here they come.
How great is this?
It's amazing.
The lady says, my son was shopping and 4 robbers charged in. Took the cops 30 minutes to get there. And the shoppers are holding them trapped inside.
30 minutes to get there, by the way.
30 minutes.
I know.
It's
30 minutes
amazing.
or less or the pizza's free, right?
By the way,
Is it rural, though? How rural is this area?
This is Antioch. It's a little stretch in Nashville. I know exactly where this is. I only lived 10 minutes from there when I was down there. And it's a real rough area. It goes from nice to rough, back to nice. And this is like a 2 or 3 mile stretch. And it's not a pleasant experience. And I could totally see why this place is being robbed.
So I would love to have a video or microphone on those punks inside.
Yeah.
Just to hear what they're saying.
Well, you wouldn't be able to hear them because they're wearing COVID masks as they rob and loot. Because, they want to flatten the curve while they're in there.
Actually, it's a genius move. More people should do stuff like this,
Yep.
honestly.
Yeah,
So,
assuming that those robbers don't have a gun, you're probably fine.
absolutely.
There you go.
Most of
Strength
them
in
don't,
numbers.
yeah.
Because remember, everybody there is probably trained. As most businesses nowadays, you're not allowed.
Yep.
No.
You're not allowed to intervene or even video with your phone.
Yep.
I love it.
All
It's
right.
good work out of those people.
Thank
you
you
get
to-
the key to the city.
Thank you, Discover Lancaster, for sponsoring that clip.
There you go. All right, Dawn Show in about 8 minutes. What do we have lined up for the top of the hour, Dawn?
Well, we have, obviously, we will think about D-Day and commemorate this 80th year anniversary of D-Day, back from 1944. Talk about some of the local military members who've made the pilgrimage over to Normandy, France, and are there today. So we'll update you on that. Kathy Barnett, who served in the military but needs no introduction. Kathy will join me, and we'll talk about everything that's going on in the news today as far as from the Veep choices, the latest on that. Trump last night on Hannity. We'll review that a little bit and some of his statements. And we'll go over the Hunter Biden trial as well. So we've got it all covered live and local.
All right, let's get to today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Thursday, June 6th, we celebrate the birthdays of Steve Vai, James Schaefer from Korn, and Tom Araya from Slayer. We also lost Jim Seals of Seals & Croft on this day in 2022, Dr. John in 2019, and Rat guitarist Robin Crosby in 2002. Singles include Roy Orbison's Only the Lonely in 60, and Don Henley's The End of the Innocents in 89. Albums include The Cars' debut from 78, a great album that is, Britney Fox's debut in 88, Tesla's Simplicity in 2014, and the very first CD I ever bought, Invisible Touch by Genesis, released on this day in 1986. Also in 92, the GNR video of November Rain debuted. In 62, the Beatles recorded at Abbey Road Studios for the first time. In 2005, Classic Rock magazine named John Bonham the greatest drummer of all time. Amen. And I can't disagree. But lastly, on this day in 2001, Elton John auctioned off 20 vehicles in his car collection, earning $2.75 million. The reason? he didn't have time for them anymore. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lopquist.
Same thing. I just can't drive all the vehicles I have. I'm just going to start auctioning them off.
Like a garage sale.
It is. It's like the Kale garage sale. All right, let's get to who won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Edward Camarodo? Okay. He says, Stalker is on a rant. He's negotiating a sponsorship deal with Pamperin. That's not right. It's not right. It's not right. And by the way, somebody's like, it's like, oh, Stalker's rants are WWF style. Like, okay, if you want to believe that, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Are they saying they're scripted and staged?
He knows how. I mean, everybody here knows how I feel about Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
So just tell me again how these things are staged.
Right.
This is radio, people.
Thank you.
All right, that'll do it for us. Also, don't forget you can keep donating for our bike ride coming up on July 21st, and our bike ride will be sponsored for Kale and Company by our buddy David Gelman, criminal defense attorney and also personal injury attorney. If you're in the need of legal services, gelmanlawfirm.com. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Stalker will be heading to Hofstra to educate the youth. Sean Farish will be in co-hosting with Dawn and myself, and we will talk to you then.
Good night, everybody.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200